Welcome, welcome, crew, guys, gals, ghouls, friends, fiends, foes, whoever may be listening beyond the omniverse tonight. Secure your tinfoil hats, buckle down tight, and hold on loosely as we soar over the rocky tops of the Waplatas on a rocky mountain high, get sucked into the vortex of the Four Corners, and settle down at mile marker 420 in colorful Colorado. It is Saturday, December 9th, Sunday, December 10th for the across the pond and beyond. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you, and welcome to We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. I'm your host, Tessa TNT, and we are broadcasting live from the Mile High Clubhouse tonight. So grateful for whoever's out there to have been joining us. If you're listening live to us right now, you may be listening to us on KPNL Radio, which you can find on KPNL at kpnl-db.com. You may also find us on eTalk Radio, which you can find at etalk.tv/radio. And we also have a friend of ours, Mr. Jonathan Alexander, and he talked to me about setting up a channel. It wouldn't be on YouTube, it would be on, I don't know, like some sort of satellite TV or something. I'm not sure. But that's pretty interesting, pretty exciting. Pretty exciting indeed. If you like to watch as you listen or whatnot, feel free to watch us over on our channel on YouTube under We Are Paradox Media. If you don't mind, please subscribe, like any videos that you've watched or listened to, and leave us any comments, whether good or bad, your experience with the show, or perhaps some future guests that you'd like to have on. For some reason, I'm not hearing the music, so perhaps it is a blessing that we haven't heard from our guest today, so being that we have some technical issues going on here. It's like, what the correct? You can also watch us live on Facebook under We Are Paradox Media, as well as Twitch. We have a couple people come and go over there, but for some reason I can't log into it and see like what shows still remain there, if they do, or if it's just a live thing that's going on. If you like to listen on any app that you like to listen to your podcasts on, and you should be able to find us there under We Are Paradox Media. Some places it's We Are Paradox Media 101 or Wapham 101, but We Are Media, you should be able to find it. Find it there. But yeah, we're all over the place, and we're being listened to all over the world, which to me is quite interesting. So yeah, I do apologize about our guest not being here tonight. I hope everything is okay with him and his wife. Hopefully everything's sound. I don't know my thoughts. I just saw something flash up on my phone that was saying there was a pretty bad tornado in Tennessee, and 3 people they're saying have been killed in that. My prayers go out to everybody out there. It's a hard time of year it's hard any time you have a tornado going on, but it's a hard time of year to be going through that with all the cold and stuff. It's been very, very frigid. I was just checking my sound really quick, making sure I'm coming through loud and clear. So, since we haven't heard from our guests, we will be continuing with story time with me, Tessa TNT. And so since I had it set up to have a guest on, our breaks will be a little shorter, about 4 to 5 minutes shorter. Yay. It'll be yet. So the book we've been reading is The World's Most Evil Psychopaths, Horrifying True Life Cases. You can see some of the guys there on the front. There's pictures throughout. We're talking about Moida, psychopaths, serial killers, and it's been starting off like, I believe they're doing it from earliest cases to the later ones. Where is everybody? So the next person we will be reading about is Dr. Holmes, H.H. Holmes. Look at that gentleman. I'm wondering, is this the guy that built the hotel where people would stay and then miraculously disappear. Dr. H. Holmes. It is not correct, as it is often claimed, that H. Holmes was America's first serial killer. Both the Bloody Benders, a Kansas City of serial killers, and the Serval Annihilator preceded him. He did, however, kill more people than the Servant Girl Annihilator and all the members of the Bender family put together. The claim that Holmes was the most prolific American serial killer of all time remains an issue of some debate. The man who history remembers as H. Holmes was born Herman Webster Mudgett on 16 May 1860 in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Nearly a century and a half later, the two numbers barely more than 3,000 inhabitants. It is perhaps most famous as having served as a model for Grace Metellus' Peyton Place, the setting for the 1956 novel of the same name. Holmes grew up in an impoverished family with an abusive alcoholic father at its head. School provided only a partial escape. While an intelligent and handsome boy, he was also a frequent victim of bullying. He once claimed that as a child he had been forced by his classmates to touch a human skeleton. It was an event that appeared to haunt him for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, he sought to become a medical doctor and developed a fascination with anatomy. As an adolescent, this interest found expression in his killing and dismembering of stray animals. At 16, he graduated from school and managed to get teaching positions first in Gilmanton and later in nearby Alton, New Hampshire. It was there that he met Clara Lovering. Lovering. That's quite an interesting name. The ardor between them was such that the two eloped. However, in marriage, that same passion quickly dissipated and he soon abandoned his wife. Wow. Taking lessons from your pa? Still intent on a career in medicine, he attended the University of Vermont. It was, however, too small for his liking. In September 1882, he enrolled at the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, which held what was considered to be one of the country's leading medical schools. 2 years later, he graduated with what are described as lackluster grades. After graduation, Mudgett adopted as his name the more distinguished-sounding Henry Howard Holmes. He took up a position as prescription clerk in a pharmacy owned by a terminally ill doctor named Holton. He endeared himself to Holton's wife and customers. When the good doctor passed away, Holmes offered to buy the pharmacy, promising the newly made widow $100 a month. After signing over the deed, Mrs. Holton subsequently disappeared. Holmes claimed she had settled with relatives in California. Under Holmes, the pharmacy thrived in the growing Inglewood neighborhood of Chicago. In 1887, he married Myrta Z. Belknap, a stunning young woman whom he had met during a business trip to Minneapolis. She remained unaware that Holmes had been married before and that he had not attained a divorce. In their third year of marriage, Myrta bore a daughter named Lucy. By this time, she had already returned to the home of her parents. Though Holmes would never seek a divorce, the union was all but over. Oh, it looks like Alan's here. Alright, so I'm going to put this away and... Yay, Alan! I don't...
Where's my picture?
Hi, Alan. Good to see you. I was actually telling everybody it was kind of a blessing that I didn't have you on here because for some reason my earbuds, they're connected, but they're not picking up any sound. So I can't hear you at the moment, but let me see if I could fix that really quick. Apologies. Let me look down here and see if this helps.
I'm sorry, I forgot completely.
Man. Ah, it says it's working. Weird. Let me look over here really quick.
As you see, I got all. As you see, I got all dressed up.
Okay. Still not getting anything. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to figure this out. Being that we are having this issue, we can reschedule if you want to. It's totally up to you. Hold on, I'm still trying to figure out why this is not working. Sound. Okay, there we go. All right. Can you hear me, Alan?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see my face here on the video. Do you see me?
It's showing you, but you're frozen.
Oh, wow. Wonder if I should go out and come back in again. Would that help?
Okay. We'll try that.
Try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See you in a few.
Okay.
Alrighty. Yay, we got Alan in. I'm assuming that is Truzado over there in the Twitch. Our one and only Twitcher. We actually have a couple come in and out, but I think Twitch is more of a gaming thing, which I've been thinking about getting back into World of Tanks. My husband and my son play it quite often. And doing that on video, that would be fun. Except for I'm a bit out of practice, so but my son tears it up, man. I'm hoping once he gets to age and by that time maybe the military will have, how they have drones now, perhaps they'll have tanks where you can control them through that, through computers or whatnot. Okay, can you see yourself now?
Yeah, I can, yes.
Awesome. Well, welcome, Alan. Good to see you. I was worried about you. I was like, man, I hope everything is going okay over there, but I didn't give you a heads up, too long before, so.
You didn't send me a reminder, and I forgot all about it. We've been kind of.
Yeah,
I've been sick. I've been really sick, and I'm still a little bit, under the weather, but I'm feeling better, a lot better than what I was. That's for sure. I guess
that's
it was
good.
Anyway, so I told you mainly last time I was on your program about, the going to see my grandfather, and when I was there among my ancestors and other people. And I thought maybe tonight I could talk about maybe some other things that's happened to me or whatever.
For sure.
I wish I did. You have any questions or anything more about what I did last time, or?
No, actually, I didn't, but I was hoping we could just start all over with the sound issues and everything. Right now, for some reason, it could be because I changed the sounds over here, but it's not going out to eTalk. But it seems like the sound is okay over here. So if anyone in the chat room can hear him, if everything sounds fine, just let us know, and I'll try to work on this as we go. But if you can remind our listeners what you do as far as your psychic mediumship and also your books and stuff, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, I was born in Phoenix, Arizona in 1949. And I'm getting a lot of feedback. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I wonder if that helped. That helped. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, born in 1949 in Phoenix, Arizona. The abilities I have now, I received at birth. Um, I'm a, uh, I call myself a spiritual psychic medium. I can give readings. I can also help people out with their futures as far as telling them what's going to happen. If they want to know things about their jobs and so on and so forth. So on and so forth. Uh, oops, I'm getting that feedback back again. It might be best if we rescheduled.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get this sound to go through. And now you guys are living in Utah. How are you liking that?
Well, we used to live in Utah, and we lived up there for about 7 years. And then we moved back down to Phoenix for a year while we were looking for a place to buy. Actually, we were looking for a home. And prices in Phoenix is just ridiculous. I mean, yeah, we were paying $900 just for a little apartment. They called it a 1-bedroom apartment, but it was more like an efficiency apartment, only 1 bathroom. And yeah, we were paying $900 a month for it there then. And from what I hear, the prices has even went up further than that. Um, so we came down to Tucson. Actually, we went online and we saw some houses and things that we wanted to look at. And we came down to Tucson, southern Arizona. And that's where we've been now for the last almost 4 years, about 3 3/4 years. And we bought a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. And, there's just no way we're paying anywhere close for that one bed. Anyway, uh, since I've been here now, I wrote almost. Yeah, I did. I wrote all my books there in Tucson. I started out in 2015, and I wrote all the books there. I was retired. My wife was still working, so during the afternoon, I would write in my books, and they're about the experiences that I've had in my lifetime. I'm 74 years old and I'm 75, so I've had a lot of experiences, especially in paranormal, with these abilities that I was born with. Um, I started seeing like uh, spirits at about 5 years old. My first spirit that I saw was uh, a lady. She was dressed up like early 1900s, and she was standing at the end of my bed in my parents' house, and she was just looking out the window. And I don't even think she noticed that I was there. Uh, it being my first time, and not knowing exactly what my abilities were at that age, scared me to death. I can tell you that right now. It just scared me to death. I crawled underneath the covers, covered up my head, and after a couple of minutes, she left. But it was something that I remember all my life. And anyway, I from there I progressed. I had to keep my abilities secret because kids in school could be really rough on somebody that's different than they are. And even in high school, nobody knew. My best friend didn't even know. I have family members that don't know. I just I didn't tell anybody. I got my abilities. I'm pretty sure from my grandmother and my mother. It was passed down on their side of the family. I used to call or not to her face, but I used to think of my mother as a little gypsy girl. She was about 5'2", and and she used to have premonitions and stuff about the family, and my grandmother did too. But I remember a time, I guess this time I was about 8 or 9 years old, and I had a dream. You can't hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, it's like I'm really bad, really bad. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Why don't we reschedule?
Why don't we reschedule?
You can't hear me. You can't hear me because Or can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Got an echo.
Got an echo.
Like it did. I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Let's get rid of this. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it sounds
It sounds like you're in
some kind of tunnel.
some kind of tunnel.
Is that any better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
My voice is coming.
Okay.
My voice is coming
across.
across.
I talk, but you don't.
I talk, but you don't.
Okay, so is your voice echoing to you now?
Uh,
Uh,
no, it's all right.
no, it's all right.
Okay, and I could just try like what I've been doing for the past couple shows because we do get like an echo in there. I'll just mute my mic and then I'll talk whenever.
Oh, I see.
But you were talking
Oh, I
about
see. Okay.
your grandmother or your mom doing predictions about your family, and then I think I kind of lost you because I was messing with the sound settings.
Yeah. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, I was quite young. I had a dream one night, and it was kind of a weird dream. I dreamed that I was in a funeral, and a funeral service, and there was a casket up in front of the room, and I went up to see who was in the casket, and there was an old lady in the casket, and she had pure white hair, very white hair, and I didn't know who she was, you know. But anyway, I know all the family was there at the funeral, people that I remember anyway, like my grandparents. But so anyway, I was over at my grandparents' house one day in Phoenix. They lived in Phoenix also. And I was just looking around the living room that they had, and they had pictures of family members and stuff. And anyway, I came to a picture of this old lady, looked like she was in her 60s or 70s, and she had this white hair. And I asked my grandmother, I said, "Who is this?" And she said, "That's your great grandmother." I said, "Really?" I knew then that my great grandmother was trying to connect with me very young, and she did it in a way of a dream. She had to send me that dream, and so I knew who my great grandmother was at a very young age, and we talked about her quite often. But yeah, my grandmother had premonitions about family things and things that was going to happen. So did my mother. Um, so these things that I've had, the abilities that I have, has continued to get stronger as I got older, and uh, I found out that I knew things about people and things as far as what they did. I also knew things about that was going to happen. Um, I After I saw my grandfather in 1983, went back and saw him. Uh, During this, I call it an astral projection. It's the only thing I can think of calling it. But during this journey that I was on there, I was with them, and it felt like I was only there maybe 8 hours. I know I left at bedtime, which I went to bed then, and I slept for about 8 hours, I thought. And it kind of felt like this was all a dream. And I thought, my God, what a dream. But it wasn't a dream. I was there, and they have no time there. Uh, this place that they're in is it's a perfect place, and it was just like Earth. And anyway, I could have been there. I could have been there 20 years. There's no time there, so they don't get old. Uh, they live forever. Um, but that's the lowest place that I found out. It's the lowest place of heaven. Um, when you die, if you're a good person, you don't go around killing people and raping women and all kinds of things. Uh, you go to this place, and I like to call it paradise because I think Jesus mentioned it once in the Bible, and that's when he was on the cross being crucified, and he was between two criminals. And the one criminal said, "If you're the Son of God, take yourself off that cross and get me off the cross also, and prove that you're the Son of God." Pretty much, I'm paraphrasing. But the other criminal, they were thieves or something. I don't think they killed anybody. But anyway, the other criminal said, "Master, remember me when you go into your kingdom." And Jesus said to him, "Today you'll be with me in paradise." And so that's the only place I can remember Jesus in the Bible calling it paradise. Most generally, it's referred to as heaven or whatever. And that's where we go once we die. And it's a beautiful place. There's no death, no sickness, no nothing. Everything's perfect. But anyway, to continue on, I after I after I came back from that, my abilities have been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. In fact, at a faster rate than what they were before I went and saw my grandfather. Uh, I've been every so often I receive like it's like somebody talks to my mind and tells me things about what's going to happen in the world. I was shown things. Um, I know what's going to happen in the world, but there again, I don't. I put it in my last book that I wrote, book number 9, Things to Come, and it talks about. I talk about things that's going to be happening in this world. We're in the last days right now, or we're sitting right in the beginning of them. You could almost get a lawn chair and sit out in your front yard and watch the things that's going on that's mentioned in the Bible. Uh, I had a gentleman call on one talk show that I was on. He called in and wanted to know if I knew where the World War III was going to begin at. And this was way before Russia invaded Ukraine and so on. And I told him, I said, well, what I saw was it started up around the Black Sea, Poland, and in that area. And it really kind of surprised me because I didn't know that there was so much turmoil up there or whatever. I call it up there because it's on the other side of the world. But and then I also told him that I also saw in the Middle East that there was going to be trouble, more so than what has been before. And now we see Israel going through Gaza like it's some kind of, I don't know what. But this is the start of World War III. I almost bet my life on it because the things that's happening there. I know World War III, things are going to happen that's going to draw the whole world in it. And all these countries right now, they're allies. If they're warring too bad, they're going to draw the allies in. And next thing you know, we got World War III. I knew about COVID before it got here. About no, I guess it was about. I had a feeling that something was going to happen, and I even talked to a couple of other psychics and asked them. I said, "Are you getting a feeling like something's going to happen?" I felt like somebody was about ready to throw a rock at me or something. It was hard to describe, and anyway.
Yeah, and I totally know what you're talking about because myself and, like you said, other psychics that I associate with and such, like have the same feeling, like something's about to happen. We didn't know exactly what it was, but we knew like stuff was about to hit the fan.
Well, as it got closer, I realized it was going to be a sickness. I was telling people it was going to be a sickness. And when a pandemic hit, it didn't surprise me at all. It didn't surprise me at all. And I'm getting the feeling again. And I'm pretty sure it's another sickness that's going to be coming. And it's going to be.
I feel that too. And they're saying that there's another version of COVID that's out there, but then there's also like this white lung sort of pneumonia thing that originated in China, and it's already like I think in Ohio, and who knows where else it's spread here and everywhere else. And it mostly affects children this time.
Yeah, but it's pretty bad. It's gonna do a lot of damage. I think just before it hits, we'll probably know for sure. But I know in this COVID, I was told also that it was a man-made thing. It was made over there in China. The only thing is they made a mistake. It got out of the lab, and it wasn't supposed to be out of the lab. And guess who got it first? China. But it was made mainly as a weapon, and they were going to use it on countries like the United States, UK, and stuff like that. Um, um,
And it's really funny too because a lot of like very successful, rich Americans and Canadians and other people all have their fingers in that pie. Like they all paid for
yeah,
this. They all knew what
yeah.
happened.
But anyway, that's pretty much the way the next one's going to go, except it's going to be worse. It's going to be much worse. Because of the wars and the pandemics that's coming down, there's going to be shortages of food, shortages of everything. So I've been telling everybody that I know it would be best to stock away some food, stock away water, even uh, stock away whatever you can, paper products, and don't use them if you can help it. But it's going to take, I would say at least a couple years in this next one just to get the stores up and running again, if they do at all. I don't know. I know when Lori and I moved into this house here, it was an acre of property, and there was only a few trees on it, and they were, flowering trees or whatever you want to call them. But I went crazy. I bought fruit trees. I got every kind of fruit tree you want to know. As long as it can grow in southern Arizona, it's out there. And, I'm planning on, hopefully, before this thing gets here, of having at least fruit to eat off the trees. And we're getting a garden together out on the back part of the house. And we'll have, hopefully, vegetables. Lori's going to learn how to can, she said. and
Yeah. It's a pretty good thing to learn to be able to preserve stuff. And I just recently got into the freezer and pulled out some milk that I had put in there during COVID time. And my daughter's like, "How long can you freeze milk?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't know. Let me Google it." And it said 3 months is best, but you can store it up to 6. And it's been years. And I thawed it out and it smelled fine. But when I was pouring it into the drain, it was not good. Yeah, it was bad. So get your dry stuff if you can, or get a cow. I don't know.
Exactly, or a goat or something, whatever your preference is. But yeah, I don't like to be a downer in these programs and stuff, but I feel that I have these abilities for a purpose, and that purpose is to tell people things that I've been shown and told about, and that's what I'm trying to do. Plus, I help people in other ways in my readings. I tell people what to expect, and most of the time, thank goodness, I'm able to tell them about their jobs, or whether they're going to get employed. I can see them sitting at their desk working almost, and I can tell them whether they're going to be a nurse or whatever. And they say, "Well, I'm studying to be a nurse." I said, "Well, you're going to be a good one." And I think I pick up their spirits when I give things like that, a reading to them that's decent, And I help people who wants to communicate with their loved ones who's passed. I don't know if I told you this once before, but I gave this one woman a reading, and it was her grandson, and he had passed. And anyway, after the reading was over with, I she was able to talk to her grandson and communicate with him. And after it was over with, I went outside our front door to take our dogs out. At the time, I hadn't built the dog run out back, but so I took them out the front door so they could use the potty. And as I went out the door, a lot of times I stay in spirit, even after the readings, just in case. And anyway, as I went out the door, her grandson told me to look to the right, and I did. And there was a big old rainbow up there. It was huge. And I've never seen a rainbow that huge before. And I said, "Oh, wow." He said, "That's for making my grandmother happy." I'm sorry. But I thought that was, they can show gratitude to us who helps them communicate with their loved ones. So I think I'm doing good in that way too. I wasn't able to use my abilities when I was working and in school and stuff like that very much, because the way people are. So I made up my mind since I retired. I don't care what they say. Let them talk.
Yeah, I feel you there because, like, I dealt with bullying. Like, I thought these things that I had witnessed and experienced as a child were super epic and special, and so I'd share it with who I thought were my friends. But then, they treat you like you're crazy, you're an outcast, like even as a child, and you think they'd be more understanding. So I'd have to get like really, really close to someone before I would start to share that. And I stayed in the paranormal closet till 2012, and there was a mother whose son had gone missing. The father had actually taken his life. But that's when I came out. I was like, you know what? I don't care anymore what anybody says or thinks. Like, I really need to come out and help this woman. And I'm glad I did. It was very freeing, and like you said, we're helping people. And we get blessed in different ways, and like you said, that rainbow being shown to you by the grandson to thank you for helping to relieve or whatnot, this mother or grandmother or whatnot. It's really awesome. It can be really hard at times, but it's a pretty cool thing.
I didn't know that they could control the weather even, because it was sunny out. It wasn't even raining here, but off in the distance there was like storm clouds, and then this big old huge rainbow, and I thought it was cool. But yeah, and then I'm also a healer, a spiritual healer, and people might think it's stupid or dumb, or it's fake, but it's not. I've healed a lot of people. I remember this one where I used to live. This one lady who lived in our neighborhood. I call it a neighborhood. It was very rural. But anyway, she called up and called my late wife at the time. She told my wife that her daughter had just gotten into a car accident, and that she was in the hospital on life support. She wanted to know if I could go down and give her a blessing. Come to find out, they were at a bar. I think this was a Saturday night, Friday, Saturday night, and they got in an argument, her and her boyfriend. And she took off and jumped into his Jeep and was going to drive away on it, and he wasn't going to let her do that. So he jumped in too, and they were arguing and fighting, and I guess, and the road that they were coming down was very windy, and it had a lot of dips in it and everything, and they were going pretty fast. And they lost control, and the Jeep rolled over. I don't know how many times it threw her out of the Jeep for sure. I think he was all right, or only had to stay in the hospital for a bit of time. But anyway, I said sure, and I went over to the hospital. I consider myself clergy, and because I do faith work for people that's in hospitals. I used to. I don't do so much now. But when I went in to see her, I took a friend with me. He helped me. But when I walked in there in the uh, this room, and she had machines all around her, and she was on life support. And uh, I went up. I anointed her with olive oil, and I didn't know where I was going to put olive oil, and she had a little spot on her forehead where I was able to, and then I just laid my hand on her shoulder, someplace I forget where, but uh, I the only thing I could think of, my mind went blank. The only thing I could think of was to call her by her name, and then I told her uh, to follow the directions of the doctors, and to work hard or something. And I also told her that for her to come out of um, her what was it? What's it called? I can't think anymore.
Coma?
Coma. Yeah, the coma. She was in a coma. Told her to come out of her coma, and that things were going to be all right. And I commanded her in the name of Jesus Christ to do this. And anyway, I didn't hear anything the rest of the day. And the next morning, got up, and she called my wife again. She was crying, all upset, because she said the doctors was going to take her daughter off life support. And so I told my wife, I said, well, tell her, don't worry about it. She's not going to die. I don't know why I'm so uh,
Emotional. I think it's just
I
like
don't know.
the Holy Spirit or whatever, like I get like that too, and I feel like sometimes it's the dumbest things, but like when it touches you like that, it's really hard to keep that back, and I don't think you should. It doesn't make you any less of a man or human being or whatever. I think it's a really good thing to have.
Yeah, I guess. But anyway, I told her, I said, well, tell her doesn't matter. Tell her to let the doctors do it, because she's not going to die. Anyway, um, she didn't die after they took her off life support. And she did come out of her coma. I don't know if she did before or after they took her off life support, but the thing of it is, she lived. And last I heard, she moved over to California, and she had like 4 kids, got married, had 4 kids. So, you know, uh, the only thing I
I'm hoping she got rid of that boyfriend.
I'm pretty sure she did. But anyway, yeah, when when something happens like that, and you have a hand in it, you cannot deny God. That's all there is to it. People like to think that us mediums are instruments of the devil. They think that we worship the devil, that we don't believe in God, and that's the furthest thing from the truth, you know. So anyway, I gotta get off.
And I believe in that as well. I believe that. Sorry, I don't know why that happened today. But I believe that we were given these gifts for a reason, and we're meant to use them.
Exactly. We're supposed to use it. You know the old saying, use it or lose it? That's the way I feel. If you don't do a reading for a long time, don't you feel like when you get another one, you're going, you know, you wonder if you can do it or whatever, you know, again, that's the way I get sometimes, you know, if I don't have a reading or use my priesthood or my uh, abilities. If I don't use them for a while, sometimes I think I'm losing them, and uh, so I know that saying is true also. Use it or lose it. So, but anyway, over the years, like I said, my abilities are getting stronger and stronger. And then one night I went to bed and I had another astral projection, except this time I went to hell. And hell was a completely different place than where I was before, that's for sure. It said in the Bible that, you know, it compares hell to fire and brimstone and stuff like that. But when I was there, it's all emotions, feelings. Excuse me, please. But it's all emotions and feelings. When I was in the paradise there, it's all the good feelings, love and kindness and generosity, everything. It was there, but in hell it's completely different. All you feel is anger and hatred and fear and all the negative emotions, and they go right straight through you, just like the good emotions go straight through you when you're in at paradise there. And what scared me was I was on this path. It was like a gravel path. It was about 8 foot across, 10 foot across, something like that. And I had about four, I think it was four shadow people behind me, and they were dancing around behind me. So I was kind of fearful about what they were going to do. And as I progressed along the trail, I wanted to go. I wanted to see where it ended. Uh, I wanted to get out of there. Um, but as I walked along this trail, there was buildings on both sides of the trail, this path, and the buildings, they were like 3 stories high, 4 stories high, and they had windows in them. Windows about every 6 foot there was a window, you know. And I couldn't understand because it was dark down there. You could barely see in front of your hand. And places where the windows were at was even darker. And I couldn't understand why anybody would want to put windows in a place like that. But as I progressed, and another talk show, this guy called in. It was another guy. He says, "Well, you called those buildings, you know, you didn't know what they were, why they had the buildings there." He said the Bible compares hell as a prison. He said, "Do you think that that could be a prison?" And as I thought about it, I thought, yeah, it could be, you know, and maybe that's where the really bad spirits are being held, you know. But I wasn't in there, I was on the outside. And anyway, I continued walking along this path, and all of a sudden I saw this spirit off to the right, a male spirit, and he wanted me to come closer to him. And I went over as far as as close to him as I could without getting off the trail, off the path. I didn't feel it would be wise of me to go off the path for anything there. So anyway, I got as close as I can, and he says, "Come closer." And I said, "No, I'm not going to." I said, "What do you want?" He said, "Come closer." And I said, "No, I can't, and I'm not going to." I said, "What do you want?" He come to find out in the course of the conversation, he wanted me to get him out of there. When I told him I couldn't do that, he wanted me to relieve some of the pain that he was in, relieve some of those emotions that he had. And I said, "No, I can't do that either. You got yourself in here, now you got to get yourself out." I found out that I had dealings with him when he was alive. His wife would have like really bad headaches. She was in a traffic accident or something, and I don't know. She'd get a really bad headache about maybe once or twice a week, it seemed like. And she would call me up and ask me to come over and give her a blessing to relieve the pain. And so I did that. But he was her husband, and he was really a dick. I'm sorry. You got to call things the way they are. And he was a dick. He'd answer the door and wouldn't even say hi or anything. And I told him, "I'm here to see your wife, give her a blessing." He'd open the door, and then he'd just take off for the kitchen or someplace. But he wasn't around me, and I thought, thank goodness. But it was him, come to find out. He didn't want nothing to do with me back then. I had a feeling he thought I was a fly-by-night or a fake. And now all of a sudden, here he is wanting me to help him. And I told him, I said, what you done on your own. Now you have to get yourself out. I found out that he was fearful because he had killed a man in this life. And he was afraid that guy was down there now. And that's one thing people's got to learn, that if you go to hell or to heaven, you're going to meet people that you knew in this life. If you kill somebody on the street because you're mad at them or whatever, man, you're just signing your ticket to go someplace where you're going to be fearful because that guy is going to be there or whatever. And they're going to work you over probably every day they see you. So it's as something to think over, before you do things like that. I know there's a hell because I was there and I saw it. Anyway, after
on that note, Alan, I hate to interrupt, but we do have to go to our first music break. And this break is a little less than 15 minutes, and then we'll be right back after that. Awesome. All right, so on this break, let's see, let me fix this. How do I do this? There we go. On this break, we're actually going to be listening to King Cinnamon, who's from Biafra, Nigeria, and he's going to be singing Fantastic, as well as, let me look here, Al Emote, Elderella, and then we have Hosby Bronx, who originally is from Jamaica, but also goes to the Bronx in New York. And so he goes back and forth, and he's actually got some original members from Bob Marley's band, Bob Marley and the Wailers. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this music break.
We swap on
She like my water bam bam. King Cinnamon. Oh shit, farthest. Bam bam anywhere you day. No ya bam bam, it is a Friday. Come on, let's ball, it is a holiday. Anything you baby I will pay. Shake a bam bam anywhere you day. No ya bam bam, it is a Friday. Come on, let's ball, it is a holiday. Anything you want, baby I will pay. Fantastic. Baby girl, you romantic. Fantastic. Baby girl, you romantic. gather something. Come on closer, baby, gather 19. I know you better, but I am the king. Your backside bigger than Bombay. Baby girl, broncotum. I like the way you want your broncotum. Baby girl, broncotum. I like the way you want your broncotum. Jamaica, Ghana, shout out to the ladies in Asia, Nigeria, South Africa. Say me love you. Please me, baby. Yeah. Turn up from you. Yeah. Take your bam bam anywhere you day. Play your bam bam if it's a Friday. Come on, let's go, it is a holiday. Anything you want, baby, I will pay. Take your bam bam anywhere you day. Play your bam bam if it's a Friday. Come on, let's go, it is a holiday. Anything you want, baby, I will pay. Fantastic. Baby girl, you romantic. Fantastic. Baby girl, you romantic. Give me love, give me love. Show me love, show me love. Oh, give me love, give me love. Me want you, me love you. Give me love, give me love. Oh, give me love, give me love. Hey, please me, girl. Yeah, turn up from you. Yeah, take your bam bam anywhere you day. Play your bam bam if it's a Friday. Come on, let's go, it is a holiday. Anything you want, baby, I will pay. Shake your bam bam anywhere you day. Play your bam bam if it's a Friday. Come on, let's go, it is a holiday. Anything you want, baby, I will pay. Fantastic. Baby girl, you romantic. Fantastic. Baby girl, you romantic. King Cinnamon. You know what I'm saying?
We spot on the mix. Lift it up.
I don't know how to fight. so strange, strange with my people. I don't want to fight, but if we are together, it will work. It will work. Whoa, whoa. Babylon no have no hearts. 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 My people, you have to survive. Yeah, you must rebuild you and make your own way. You must not give up. The beginning of the revolt we start. We need to follow our true destiny. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know, whoa, why my people live this life. I don't know, whoa, why my people live this life. The obstacle we face, yeah, is Babylon. The world is a good place, yeah, for our freedom. You take everything, you don't breathe anything, yeah, yeah. Young life, oh, not dread. We must believe in a magical, powerful force that unite us, and not just these people stay speechless again. We don't want to talk, no, it's time to fight, yeah. We stop talking. Babylon make you suffer. 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 What is desire? Young life. We are ready to fight.
Kanyi kele Chineke makwa na libude njem ọnụ. Kanyi kele onye nwụwa imakwa na limo bude njem ọnụ. Alimo, Alime Kerelo, Alimo, Alime Kerelo, Alimo State, Alime Kerelo, Alimo, Alime Kerelo, Alimo State, Alime Kerelo, Alimo, Alime Kerelo, Democracy Kerelo, Ndime Kerelo, Alimo, Alime Kerelo, Alimo, Alime Kerelo, Alimo State, Alime Kerelo, Alimo, Alime Kerelo, Democracy Kerelo. Ndi me meriela wa nega marama ebere marama ofa no marama Excellency marama Excellency emeka amma emeka hedia hitma omenka una nyani dio amma omenka una nyawa emeka eki modimma emeka meki modimma Emeka put on no boy, oh yeah. Wa wulelu, Emeka put on no boy. O come adima, we me wen boso. Emeka, make him modima. Emeka, make him modima. Ndem jejemba, mwan jejemba. Ndem jemano, deputy governor Imo State Chili. Jerona Ikaraka, Wokoma de Ma, Porabo, Deputy Governor, Deregima, Alita Deregima, Alimo State Deregima, Ala Nigeria Gima, Onya Jemono, Stas. Karakali, Onya Bamba, Good Life Foundation, Shirike, President General, same group of companies, President General, Financial Mata Karaka, Alo Were Diregima, Alambise Diregima, Alimo State Diregima, Ala Nigeria Maragima, Onya Jemono, Franklin Nage Shirike, Pepe Arabido Hotels, ABC Transport Karaka, Alo Were Diregima, Alambise Diregima, Alimo State Diregima, Ala Nigeria Maragima, Uchonya Gochande, Uchonya Gochande, Honorable Mokomadim, Onye Horo Nyakele Yao, Mawugi, Ginando Tugio, Mawunule. Original Imo State yo, Mawugi Ginando Tugio, Mawunule, Mini Garizonala Imo State yo, Alwere Deregima, Alowere Deregima, Alimo State Deregima, Ala Nigeria Maragima, Dijama, Orox Limited. Jisa Anthony Ifeanyi Chukwundu Bisesena Ishirike Ikengandi Chele, pride of his people, most outstanding one, Okoma Marama, Iborabo, Alo Were Diregima, Alija Diregima, Alimo State Diregima, Ala Nigeria Maragima, Honorable Jogwagu Shirike, Bedo Bina Shirike, Jere Labosa Shirike, Kochukwo Kereke Shirike, Okahube Shirike, Engineer Beninati Shirike, Ona Construction, Okoma Dema Ikaraka, Onya Shiwore Heborani, Dejemu Imarama, Okoma Dejemba, Okoma Dema Ikaraka, we is popular, Ibo Felamo. Onyoma na bito akana kompa Ikaraka ezi wa mama Mr. Ludwig wa Mokome Jejemba CEO Mr. Beventure Ikaraka democracy merielo ndi me merielo democracy merielo Thank God I'm from Imo State. Emeka has come to rejuvenate Imo State, make we jubilate, make we celebrate. Emeka Shikwen say, this one no be say them say. Emeka has come to rejuvenate Imo State, celebrate, make we jubilate. Ala mekele His Excellency Achikudenwa, mekele kwa His Excellency Dr. Kedo Hakim. Yemaka Right Honorable BDK, Nekelekwa Right Honorable Jones Oyereri. Ala mekele sile onyebuchi Mr. Empowerment. Nekelekwa Right Honorable Emeka Chinedu. Umo mimo lowali biamezie na Alimo. Alima Adilama.
Cliffito.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us this evening on We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. Tonight, we are joined by Mr. Wright. Welcome back, Alan, and thanks so much for hanging out with us and sharing your experiences and stories. It's been awesome.
I love it. I like to talk about experiences that I've had in my lifetime. Are we back on? Are we back on?
Yep, we're back and ready to go. I did share a link down below. We had a person in YouTube that wanted to come in. I think he had some questions or comments or whatnot, but he left because I didn't let him in soon enough because I told him we'd come back from break and then we'd get to that. But Yeah, continue on with what you were talking about. I believe the last thing you were saying was about heaven and hell, and you'd actually been there, and you were about to carry on with that story.
Yeah. Well, anyway, after it was almost time-wise, it was the same as what it was when I went to Paradise. Um, after I had told him I wasn't going to help him, and there was nothing I could do for him, he had to get out of there on his own. That all of a sudden I was back in my bed, and I woke up at the time that I was supposed to wake up. I know for a fact I wasn't there that as long as I was in Paradise. When I went to Paradise, when I got up in the morning, I felt like I stood before God. And actually, I think I did. I think I stood before Jesus because I saw him just before I blacked out. I blacked out twice that I know of. But actually, I don't think I blacked out. I think my memory was erased because I was not supposed to come to Earth and tell certain things until it was time to. If I had come back and told people everything that I saw and everything that was told to me where I went, I don't think all that information, for one thing, probably would shut me down, overload my brain. But I do get bits and pieces of information and stuff like that about what happened when I was there. And when I came back, like I said, I felt like I stood before God, and I felt like I was glowing. It had that effect on me. And I had that for a couple weeks where I just felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. I was someplace where I wasn't supposed to be. But I had to go to work every day and I had to do my job, After a couple of weeks, that feeling wore off. But it was the same way in hell. And instead of having all those good emotions, I had all those bad emotions. And I came back with those emotions, and I was quick-tempered. I was angry, seems like all the time. I was curt to my wife, and I really had to work to get over that stuff when I came back from that place. You can ask my wife; she thought I was not able to live with me, But anyway, it lasted for a couple of weeks, and then it was gone too. But I thought of something when we were on break. The way things are going in these cities and stuff. With the all riots and people killing each other. They seem to be killing each other in places where there's a lot of people, schools and malls and, theaters and stuff like that. And if you're a sensitive, that's a bad place to be. You don't want to be in a whole group of people. I know I can't go to Walmart. My wife leaves me out in the car because there's so many different emotions inside that store. Sometimes I came out of that store and I wanted to kill somebody. It was all bad.
Yeah, I have to say, I used to love before COVID when Walmart would be open 24/7 because then you could go at certain times when it wasn't jam packed. But yeah, I totally feel what you're saying there.
And so it got so bad that I just don't go into those places anymore. You can pick up on those feelings, and if you're really sensitive, it wouldn't take much for, say, a person that the only ability they have is being sensitive. I can imagine them taking a gun and going into some place and shooting the place up if there was some people in there or harassing them, making fun of them or something like that. Because it wouldn't take much, I don't think. So, like myself, I don't even like to live in an apartment building. We live out in the desert, the southwest of Tucson. It's a community out here, but we have acre lots, and so the closest house to us is like an acre away, so that's why I like space. I like being with the animals out here. I love the desert. I grew up in the desert in north of Phoenix, and that's the way I am. I'm an empath, so I love animals. We have three little chihuahuas right now. I think one's a chihuahua mix, just really small. But we at one time we had 6 dogs, and what I love to watch the animals out here, the jackrabbits, cottontails, and the things that we have out here in the desert. We see road runners and quail, and it's really neat living out here. Being a sensitive, I think I can even pick up on their emotions also. I know when they have fear in their eyes, and I know why they're reacting to certain things that they do. But is there any other questions? Do you have any questions for me?
I was just gonna say, as far as like the desert goes and everything, the most beautiful that I saw the desert going down to Phoenix to visit my mom and sister. I don't know if it was because all the rain or snow or something that they had gotten. I think it was a lot of rain, and I think I went down there at a time where everything was blooming. I had never seen the desert in bloom, and all these wildflowers are growing, and I don't know. It was just the most beautiful that I'd ever seen the desert. And here in the Four Corners area of Colorado, like you have mountains, mesas, deserts, forests. Like you can drive any direction for like 30 minutes and find whatever landscape you want to be in. But yeah, that was like so beautiful seeing all those wildflowers and everything growing. It was really epic.
Really. I think too, if you go to these communities like what we're in, what you're in, probably in, I'm not sure what that would be, but I'm positive you probably would find more people with abilities living in those areas, like yourself, myself, and my wife. I know a lot of people who are mediums and stuff. They don't live in a crowded area so much, and the ones that do, they want to get out, But yeah, I was trying to think of what other things. I wish I was better prepared for this. Trying to think what other.
Oh, no worries. And I understand with you, being sick and stuff, it's really hard to be on your game, and to think of certain things because your body is just so tired from fighting whatever's going on. But yeah, for sure, I've really been enjoying hearing your stories. I did have a question as far as hell, like why did you go there and what was your experience there?
Well, I didn't know why I was there either. It was like going to see my grandfather. I didn't have anything to do with it. I was just there. I went on the trip, the journey, and there was a couple of times I was fearful because I didn't know where I was going. For instance, I didn't know what was going to happen to me. I know I was dead. I saw my body laying there on the gurney, and the doctor's looking over my body, and then all of a sudden my spirit was gone out of the room. So I knew I was dead. I just was not really looking forward to see what was instilled for me because I didn't know whether I was going to die and go to hell, but I was going up, 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 up. So I thought, well, I was always taught heaven was up, so I must be going to heaven. But Uh, hell is basically the same way. People characterize hell as being in the earth itself. I felt like I was in some type of enclosure because, well, there was no sun, there was no stars, no nothing, there was no sky. It was just all dark. So I don't know whether it was probably another dimension or something. I wasn't told where I was at. It had the ground was like earth. There was gravel and dirt and stuff on the side of the path, but there was no trees, uh, no plants whatsoever there. They tell you you ought to talk to your plants and sing to them and stuff like that, because it helps them grow. And there wouldn't be anything that could grow there in hell. I mean, the emotions is so bad, it's just unreal. Uh, when you get a bunch of hatred and greed and all those emotions going through you as a plant, you probably die with it within 5 minutes. But I was called there for some reason. I think why I was called there was because of that guy. I don't know who he knew where he was capable of calling me to hell, but I know he's the only one that I had any correspondence with there or anything like that. The 4 shadow people that was behind me when I was talking to the spirit I was talking to, they didn't come. I didn't notice them any after I started talking with it. So I don't know whether they were still there or whether they left. They didn't harm me in any way. I was kind of fearful about that. And this guy, like I said, I had dealings with when he was alive on this earth. And apparently he died and he went to hell. And he called me there so I could help him. There's nothing I can do. When you're in hell, you go there on your own. Nobody puts you in hell. And you have to get yourself out of hell too. I saw 5 levels of hell or different dimensions of hell. There's at least 5. There could be more. But I was told, and this is something that I learned after I was there, I was told that they can get themselves out of hell, but they have to learn the rules and ordinances of the universe and the gospel, and they can move up levels. Now, the Bible says it's forever and ever, and being in an atmosphere like that, I wouldn't doubt that a bit. It would be very hard for somebody to work their way out of hell, because I don't know how you would deal with trying to think of things that's good when you got hatred and fear and all that other stuff going through your body. I mean, it's just nonstop. And but you can work yourself out of it. The Bible describes it as being fire and brimstone. And I think that's mainly just because of what is there. I mean, it probably burns like fire and brimstone after you're there for a while, because you're just lost down there. That's all there is to it. You're just lost. And when I finally told him I could not help him out of there, he was going to do it himself. All of a sudden, zap, I was back in my bed. So I don't know too many people that's been to hell that's been able to come back and talk about it. But I've been there, I can say that. I got up that morning, my wife even noticed that I was acting funny and stuff, and it was because of that experience. It was something that I would not want to experience again.
Very, very cranky.
My wife said I was very, very cranky.
Not doing that again.
Not going to do that again, she says. I don't have a choice in the matter. But in heaven now, I saw 9 levels of heaven or dimensions of heaven. There might be more of them that I was not shown, but there's none less than 9. Um, uh, there again, you can progress up each level as you learn more about the universe, laws and the ordinances and stuff like that. And each level is better than the one before, and I can't imagine that. I would rather die and just go to paradise if I could stay there all the time, because that's a very good place to go. But apparently they get better. Now, on the highest level of heaven, I was told you can become like God. And if you stop and think about it, well, people would say I'm being a harlot or something, or whatever you call them, the blaspheming and stuff like that. But I saw what I saw, and I was told what I was told, and you can become like God. And if you stop and think about it, if that is true, then we have a legacy that's being left to us by God. That's something to worth living for, I think, because then you can become creators. The scientist even says that the universe is forever. There's no end to it. So if that's true, then you could go someplace that's like our own universe and create. You can create things. You can create planets just like our God did, or whatever. Maybe that's all you want to create, and then planets with it. I don't know. You have the ability to do whatever you want up there, as long as you follow the rules and ordinance of the universe. I know in the Bible it says we're sons and daughters of God, and being a son of God, or you being a daughter of God, He would want to give you the very best that He could, and that's what heaven's about. It's about us receiving good things as we move up those different levels of heaven. I guess if you didn't want to move up, you wouldn't have to, but like I said, living in paradise would be just fine with me.
Yeah, and it's funny that you were talking about like the different levels and degrees of hell. And I don't know, I as a child like went to every church I could, and when I was in the military, I did the same because I want to hear what people are saying and I want to learn, and I want to see what speaks to me. But from what I learned in the church that I grew up in from the age of 7 till my teen years, and then I've fallen away and come back and fallen away and come back because I'm more of a spiritual person than a religious person. But I do think that having that religious cornerstone is pretty important for, building yourself or whatnot. But they were talking about the different degrees of heaven, and supposedly there's like 3 different degrees. I think it's called telestial, terrestrial, and celestial. And like you said, you go higher and higher and higher, and all of it's like really beautiful and magnificent. But I think the highest one is being in the presence of God, as well as, like you said, God yourself, being able to build your own planets and make your own creatures and whatnot.
Well, see, each one of those kingdoms, like the terrestrial, celestial, and so on, each one of them are divided into kingdoms also, or levels, dimensions. I had a guy when I was on the talk show before, he called in and asked if I called it levels, would it be like a different dimension? I said, well, yeah, that could be it. It's probably a different dimension. I mean, us being in this terrestrial world that we're in now, I guess we could be it when we die, we could pass and go into, say, another part of the terrestrial world, and maybe earthbound spirits, maybe that's what they're in, another terrestrial type of earth, just higher. I don't know, maybe lower. I don't know. I never gave that any thought, but I was never told about that. But I do know earthbound spirits. They were spirits just like we were. And I don't like to go out on investigations and stuff like that because I feel that you should respect them. And if you do it with an attitude of respect and stuff like that, it'd probably be all right. But I know there's some out there that go on their investigations and they try to upset the ghosts. I think upset the spirits, and
Yeah, they antagonize them to get some sort of reaction.
yeah, and you know,
But yeah, I agree with you. Like the number one rule that we use is like have the utmost respect, and we really haven't done any investigations really since COVID hit. Because it's hard to get anybody together anymore, and I won't go on an investigation by myself again because I did have a dark entity follow me home and take me over a couple times, which I did not enjoy. But yeah, it can be really scary.
that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Last time you said you had that happen, and while we're writing one of my books, I swear to God, an attachment. I got an attachment by writing in my book about an experience that I had, and there again, I was angry all the time. I was all mean. I was just, it was something else, and I knew I had an attachment, and I performed blessings on myself, sagings. I did all kinds of stuff. I cleansed the house about 3 times, I think it was, but I finally got it out of me. But it was something really bad, and I got it while writing. So you have to be very careful on what you do if you don't want things to happen to you. I think there's a lot of people out there that do have attachments right now, and they just don't really know it.
Yeah, and people
Because-
think, you know, you do paranormal investigation. This is why this happened to you. No, you can go to a music venue. You can go anywhere. And if you have any sort of chink in your armor, you know, due to depression or you just had a bad experience or whatever, like they can get in. They can attach to you and follow you home or whatnot. Or like on certain cases, like I'm gifted. My family is gifted, of course, and so it's like this light beacon, and I think things come to you because they need help or want help or whatnot. And sometimes these things that show up aren't good whatsoever. And so it can be really hard. Like we've had things in our house that at night would be banging on the hallway, and you could see it walking back and forth. And one of these entities was super tall, like I would say giant stature, whatever this thing was, but it was pissed off. For the most part, they're good. We don't have too many issues, but sometimes the dark things do come in, and it's really, really hard to deal with because, like you said, like it can affect you. I think it was after that walk-in or whatever possession, could be a walk-in, whatever the heck it was. It was trying to teach me a lesson. But even Vern came home one day and he was in the shower. And he said he kept having these violent thoughts of assaulting me and stuff. And he didn't know where they were coming from because he wasn't mad at me. He didn't have anything to be upset at me about, but they kept coming into his mind. And I think that was during the time that we did have that one in the hallway that just kept punching the walls and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you know, plus they can present themselves as something that they're really not, you know, and I think
I'm just an innocent little kid over here. You should, you know, invite me in or, you know, get closer to me when it's really not.
Yeah. Or it could be like one you saw that was really big and huge. Maybe he's not, you know. He was presenting himself to you that way just to scare you and upset you.
I think that's exactly what it was. He was like, look at how big I am. Because, like, you could see the shadow underneath the door, and you could see the shadow at the top of the door just walking back and forth, and then you'd hear the occasional punches and stuff. And I think you're right. I think he was just trying to present himself as something bigger to make us afraid.
In paradise, see, they could present themselves to you any way they want to. Also, um, they can present themselves as older than what they were when they died, or even younger. You know, some of the old spirits might present themselves to their when in a reading, for instance. I'll say, "Well, your mother looks like she's about 40 or something." No, she's about 80 years old. You know, but that's the way they present themselves to you. You know, and I think it's because they want to present themselves at a time when they felt uh, the most health and when they felt good, you know, and happy about themselves. And I think that's the way they present themselves. And I don't see any harm in it. I mean, I wouldn't want to go around, you know, looking like an old man if I didn't have to, you know. I'd turn myself.
Yeah, I think it could be like their favorite age or the happiest time during their life or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would go back to 25 maybe.
Well,
I don't know. Not because I was happiest, but because that was my favorite portion of myself as far as my being. But like you're talking about with heaven, like when you go to heaven, like you're whole and you're complete and you don't have to worry about health issues or disfigurements or anything like that.
Right. Everything you lost in this life, you'll get it back, you know, an arm or a leg or whatever. So you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I do know they can do whatever they want. I've had readings where they were told their whoever I was reading for that they were going fishing or whatever, you know, and they do that stuff and they're able to do it because they like it. If it's something they like doing in this life, they can do it in the life to come. Anything bad about that? I don't think.
Yeah, and I do think that all of us are gifted to a certain extent. It's just a matter of, like you said, use it or lose it. And a lot of people are brought up to where they can. But I was able to instruct a lady because she's like, I've always wanted to see a ghost. I never have, but yada yada. And I'm like, well, you could, you know, be walking down the street or whatever, and there's a ghost walking past you, and it looks just like you and me, so you don't even realize it. Like,
Exactly.
just be open to, and if you really want to experience that, it will happen. And it was about a week later, she got back a hold of me and she's like, oh my God, you're not going to believe what just happened to me. And she went to where her child was in daycare. And as she's pulling up, she sees this old woman wearing like a muumuu or some sort of robe or whatever. And she's got brilliant white hair, and she's, you know, walking around throughout the kids and having the grandest old time. And she walks in there and she talks to the lady and she's like, wow, that's really cool. Like, is that your grandma or whatever? Like, it's cool that you got some help going on and you're not by yourself with all these kids. And she's like, well, what are you talking about? And she's like, well, when I pulled up, I saw this old lady in the backyard and she was hanging out with the kids. And she's like, I'm the only one here. And then she was looking around and she saw a picture and she's like, that was the lady. And she's like, that's my grandma, and she passed away about like 3 years ago or whatever. So it was so awesome that I was able to help her to see. All you have to do is like open your mind, be open to things, and it can be scary. Like, bad things can happen, but for the most part, to me, it's amazing. And I get kind of irritated when people are like, oh, those aren't ghosts, those are demons, because, you know, you either go to heaven or hell. Well, I don't believe that. Like, I think there's spirits that are earthbound, maybe there's unfinished business, like different things happen.
Exactly.
But the main point of what I was talking about there was having gifts and abilities. And a lot of people, some of their first experiences are when they're sleeping. So you have a loved one that passed away and they come to you in your dream. It's very important to pay attention to that, because I think that's the easiest way for them to come through if you're not psychically or whatever gifted or open enough conscious realm, you're able to see them in the dream realm. There's so many realms like all around us.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with you that everything you said is true. You know, you can't fight with truth. It's just it's truth. And like you said, everything is true. Um, it's like when I saw my great grandmother in the casket. I found out later she died in 1948, a year before I was born, and she wanted me to know that she was my grandmother, that great grandmother, and that's how she did it. Kind of weird, but she was able to do it, and I had abilities where I could pick up on it. And part of that is, like you said, keep an open mind about things. I'm going to tell you something now. I hope you got an open mind for. When I was there, like I said, I could have been there for 20 years, but there, my ancestors was mixed in with a group of extraterrestrials, aliens, if you want to call them that. The only thing is, they're us. They're people just like us. And I was told they're on Earth today. They're walking around now, like you said. Uh, you can walk right by them and not know. And even the Bible says, "Bewares, for you might entertain an angel, and not know it." And that's, I don't know how many angels I probably entertained, if you want to call it that. But yeah, they're walking around us now, and they're doing a lot of things to bring this, what's ever happening, to fulfillment. Prophecy in the Bible. That's their main thing. I don't like calling them aliens because they're not. That's just, they're not. They're us. And if you stop and think about it, they're probably the ones that made us. Well, God did, but even in the book of Genesis, it talks about God and creating the earth, and everything. Then all of a sudden, he says, "Let us go down and make man in our own image." Make man in our own image. Plural. What is that? So there had to
I think that is, I believe we have a heavenly father, have a heavenly mother, and
Well,
she's really not talked about because, yeah, look at how we use its name in vain, like, oh my gosh, or whatever. Like, we use the Lord's name in vain all the time. When we're going through hard times, sometimes we'll hate on him, like, how dare you? How could you do this to me? He did that for his wife, so he doesn't mention her, but I do believe she exists. But you could be on to something with the whole angel thing too.
Yeah, exactly. In actuality, I think there was a lot of angels that have taken human form to get the experience. I think a lot of times a baby, when it's born, only lives for a little bit and then dies. You think how terrible, how rotten, and how can God permit something like this to happen? But I actually feel that they come in to receive their physical body, and that's all they had to do. That's the only thing they had to do, was receive their physical body. Now they can go and be part of the resurrection and getting a new body and everything. I do know that women who lose their children too, they get to go and finish raising them. We're in family groups, and that's what God created. Um, uh, it's He created them for a purpose, and that purpose was for us to. It was for strength, for one thing. We're stronger in a group, in a family, and then without them, my family hates my guts now, and And you know, I talk about it, but I'm talking so other people will know, because you can be stronger in a family group, especially what's coming down the tubes right now. You know, if this World War III gets going and we come up with food shortages and stuff like that, you could have one member of the family take care of the garden and another one take care of the fruit trees, or and stuff like that, and divide up the work, and do one person or two people do the canning and stuff like that, and you could become strong, and you could probably survive what's coming down, rather than if you're by yourself. One thing I was really sad about is when I had a single people call me and want me to give them a reading during COVID. They were in isolation, and they were lonely. They were really, really lonely, and I thought that's really bad. Here they are. They couldn't go to work. They couldn't do anything. Everything was closed down there for a while. All they could do was watch TV, I guess, and whatever. But if you're alone in an apartment by yourself, you don't have much to do. And they were calling me for a reading to see if their life was going to be changing any. And fortunately, I didn't have to tell anybody that they were going to die. I don't like to give readings that's way far out there. I try to keep my readings within 2 to 5 years, and I'll tell them, well, I don't see, you getting COVID, or I don't see anything bad happening to you. And I tell them it's within 2 to 5 years what I'm looking at, because, I've got going out. Anybody that tells you that 25 years from now you're going to be doing this and this and that, I don't really think anybody can do that, because we have our free will, and
we can change our decisions. We can choose to do this instead of this, and whatever. Like, things can change within, a snap of the finger, or whatnot. We can change our minds. We can make different decisions. Free agency, huge thing, and it's for a reason. So I'm glad you do that, because, like, I don't know, you could be talking about 25 years from now, and I could be like, maybe that's other dimensional me. I don't know. I don't think that's me. But yeah, that's too far out.
Well, 2 to 5 years, you can probably stay the way you are. I can tell somebody they're on their life's path, doing what they're supposed to be doing and everything. But in 20, 25 years, they might do a completely change of habit or whatever, and possibly could see it. But do I want to say that they killed somebody, or or they were in a car accident and was killed or something? I just don't do that. I keep it kind of 2 to 5 years, and usually it's pretty good. I did during COVID, when it was really bad, I did have a couple of readings where I had to tell one lady that one of her family members was going to get COVID, possibly die. I never found out what happened for sure, because she never called back. But I had to give another one where I told this one lady that her neighbor was going to die. And I found out when you're giving readings to people, you're most generally telling them about people they're close to or they associate with, And so when I was wondering why I told that one woman that her neighbor was going to die, but that's the reason why. She was close to that lady or the neighbor, and I wanted her to let her know, so maybe she could help her in some way or something, But you don't know what you're going to
Yeah, give her some extra attention and love, and I don't know. You just reminded me of my neighbor, Mr. Staley. Like, after all these years, I still remember his name, and he was always alone and stuff. And I'd go over there and try to volunteer. Like, is there anything I can do to help you? And I did that with a lot of my neighbors. I'd rake their yard or help them clean their house or whatnot. Because, I don't know, like you're saying, you know, a lot of your family members, for whatever apparent reason, maybe it's because of your gifts and they don't agree with you or whatnot, but have kind of shunned you. And there's different reasons for everybody where you feel like you've fallen away or your family's fallen away from you. And it's really sad. So it's nice to have a neighbor or somebody come over and help you and give you some love, or just that human connection. Like, it's so important, being a human being, to have that human connection. Something besides just watching Jeopardy or whatever else. But yeah, on that note, Alan, we do have to go to our second music break. When we get back, when we get back, I know you're not feeling well, but would you be open to do some readings?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. Alrighty. So I'm gonna go big screen, but you're still gonna be there, so don't go anywhere. But so on this break, we go back to having Mr. Cosney Bronx, who is originally from Jamaica and also lives in the Bronx in New York. He's got Bob Marley and the Wailers, original group members in his band. Like, to me, that's awesome. I love Bob Marley. I feel like he was one of the greatest prophets in our lifetime at this point. But yeah, he's got some of those peeps with him. He's going to be singing Free Child and Dance as a Lion. And then we have King Cinnamon from Biafra Night. Rosie, you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this music break.
Oh yeah, it's Kiki on the beat.
Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. Cinnamon, cinnamon, do it so. I said you wind your body, it is sweet. Make it rock my body, I am feeling horny. Make it rock my body, I am feeling sweet. Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. All my men they way out. All my guys they way out. Imarama, 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 Imarama. All my men they way out. All my guys they way out. Imarama, 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 Imarama. Como go bere muketa, oya como oya bere muketa. Eko omoni como oya bere muketa. Omoni fumile, yadi fisi omoni. Ejo yadi sosi omoni. Ejo yadi kosi omoni. Ejo daddy and his baby, them there for fun. Daddy begin the touch and the girl the hammer. Now daddy begin the open the shirt, color. Now something come up. Daddy begin the sauce. Daddy move echo. I'm on come magic. Daddy the remember. I'm on for me lady. Daddy fisi I'm on edge. Daddy saucy. I'm on edge. All men they way out. All my guys they way out. Imarama, 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 Imarama. All men they way out. All my guys they way out. Imarama, 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 Imarama. Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. Cinnamon, do it so. I said you wind your body, it is sweet. Shake it up my body, I am feeling horny. Shake it up my body, I am feeling sweet. Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. Suck my boots, you got my body loose. Anytime you talk to me, you got me confused. Daddy come back, I'm on the edge. Daddy come forth. Daddy come see, I'm on the edge. Daddy come hit. Daddy 120, I'm on the edge. Daddy 18. Daddy 24, I'm on the edge. Daddy 36. Daddy move echo, I'm on the page. Daddy remove better, I'm on the lane. Daddy fisi, I'm on the edge. Daddy saucy, I'm on the edge. All men they way out. All men they way out.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining us tonight on We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. Tonight we have Mr. Alan Wright, and he's been sharing his epic experiences and helping to enlighten us all. Welcome back, Alan, and thanks so much for hanging out with us.
I enjoy it.
Me too, and sharing certain stories. So I had a sort of hellacious experience. I didn't go to hell. I was okay. So it was after my mom was killed by a drunk driver. I was 5, almost 6. My dad had a really hard time with that, being a single dad, and he had to work, and et cetera, et cetera. He ended up sending us to our grandparents for a visit. And it was my mom's parents, and then he never sent for us again. And I just want to share this with you really quick. I did share our link so people can come in and ask for a reading, but we can probably start out with me if you want to. You can do a reading for me, and that would be awesome. But yeah, I was laying in bed. I've always had issues with sleeping, and I think it's due to my paranormal experiences. And so I'm laying in bed trying to get to sleep. You know, my mind is very active, and so it's hard. But I saw this light come through my window. Well, we're out in the middle of the boonies in northwest Arkansas, in Pettigrew, Arkansas, and I saw this light coming through my window, and I was like, what the heck? Like, there is the barn light or whatever, but it's not that bright. You could see it just like kind of flickering or whatever. And then all of a sudden you could see shadows. And so I crept down my bed because the window was at the foot of my bed. And I kind of peeked around the window to see what the heck was going on out there. And what I saw really blew my mind. I saw these little critters. The closest I could tell you that they looked like were gremlins. So not the mogwai, not the furry, cute little thing, but the ones with the slick skin and the big ears and everything. The ears were a little bit reduced. They weren't as big as gremlin ears. They were a little smaller. And they're dancing around this fire. And they're chanting. Some of them have spears, some of them have daggers, some of them are playing on drums and stuff, and they're chanting something. I can't hear what or understand what they're saying. I can hear what they're saying, but I don't understand it. And all of a sudden it's like, boom, like even the drums, the chanting, everything. Hello, beautiful Sandra. Everything stopped all at once. Then they looked my direction, and I was like, holy shnikes. Slam myself back in bed, and like you said, like, you pull up that curtain of protection. So whether it's your sheet or your blanket or whatever, I pulled that up. It's like right here, because, no, I need to see what's going on, but everything else is covered. I see the shadows getting bigger because these things are coming closer. Then I hear the clawing on the wall. And I'm going to mute you just because the echo thing. And then, I just have to tell you, Sandra said, hi, Alan. But yeah, they're scratching up the wall. You could see them like peering in the window and stuff like that. And they're looking around, and I'm just like holding my breath at this point. Like, please don't see me. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. And then they went away, and you could hear them like scramble down the wall. And it's funny because my grandparents built this house. They got this house that they ordered from a JCPenney's catalog. Believe it or not, they used to have houses online or to order back in the day. And so my grandparents did that, and it was like covered, and it looked like what would be ceiling or roof tiles, but it's on the side of the house. So it's green colored roof tiles. But anyways, I could hear them scratching down. And the direct we're going was to my brother's room. And I was just like, at that point, not thinking about what's happening to my brother. I was just like, thank God they left. Thank God they didn't do anything to me. Hi, Willow. Then when I finally went to sleep, I had the most, I would say amazing, but to me it was a freaking scary nightmare. So it seemed so real. It seemed like real life. My bed is tilting up. It's going up like this. And I'm sliding down the bed. And the only thing that kept me from going into this hole, which this hole had opened up at the base of my bed, fire, brimstone, you could smell the sulfur, and you could hear screaming. And I'm just sliding down the bed. The only thing to keep me from falling in that hole was to put my thumbs at the baseboard. Well, this bed, like the mattress is here, then there's the under mattress or the box springs. It's low. So I have to like dig down low and put my thumbs in there to keep from falling in. And then I wake up. And I'm just thinking, because I've had repetitive dreams before. I think the one that I had years was a past life sort of thing where I fell off a beam on a crane building a skyscraper. I think it was New York. I think that was my past life memory that just kept replaying every night. But yeah, I woke up and I was just like, that was a really messed up dream. And it really blew my mind. And I hope I don't have to go through that again, like this other dream. And then all of a sudden, I smelled smoke again. But instead of smelling like the sulfur or the fire and brimstone, whatever that smell was, I smelled cherry tobacco. And so I slowly turned my head to the right. I had a door, but I didn't have a door. I had a door frame with yellow curtains going down, and they were tied back. And I saw this man standing in my doorway. And I was like, is that my grandpa? And then I noticed he was taller than my grandpa. My grandpa is pretty tall, but not that tall. And then he lifted up and put to his mouth a cigar. And when he hit that cigar, the ember from that cigar lit up this area of him. And I could see his face, his hair, and what he was wearing. And this man was wearing a very, very nice tuxedo. His hair was slicked back, very full, and he was the most gorgeous man I ever saw. And I knew who it was immediately. I knew that was the devil or Satan or whatever you want to call him. That was the ruler of hell. And due to my nightmares, my dad told me to say, God stands before me, Satan fall behind. And I said that, not even out loud. I said it in my head. Because I don't know. I don't think I was sleep paralysis, but I was so afraid I couldn't speak. But I said it in my head, and just like that, I was out. There was nothing else after that. And then, as I had mentioned, my siblings, so my mom was married twice. My 3 older siblings went with their dad. Me and my brother went with our dad. Then we got sent to our grandparents. But we all got back together once my dad bought a house and was feeling better. I guess he called us back, and we're just sitting there telling ghost stories and everything. And I told this story, and he said, before he even said anything, he turned white as a sheet. And I was like, Dad, are you okay? Like, what's wrong? And he's like, your mother told me the same exact story, but she actually saw him right next to her bed, and they had a very lengthy conversation. And so she didn't really say what they talked about or anything, but when she got hit by that drunk driver, so we lived in Siloam Springs at the house. She went to the store. They went to get like munchies and stuff. And then they're pulling out. This guy, whose dad was like the district attorney or whatever, went to a bachelor party the night before and ended up hitting her. I wanted to go with her. She wouldn't allow me to. She knew this is how she was going to die. She just didn't know when. But I think she had a feeling it was going to be on that day because she wouldn't allow me to go with her. And I begged and pleaded, and she's like, no. And she dropped me off at my friend's house. When she did, Kathy and her friend Tracy went with her, and Tracy got her finger severed somehow. And then Kathy had her hip broken, but she actually ran about 2 blocks or whatever, I would say a block, to the payphone and made a phone call to my dad and to where I was staying at the moment and said, we just got in this accident, yada, yada, yada. She doesn't remember any of this. But one of the things that she did say that really creeped me out, and I'm getting goosebumps right now, but she said when they were going to turn out from where that curb was, it was a nice slanted curve where that store was, which is now shut down, but they still have oddities in there. Like, I don't know, it's pretty cool. I got pictures of it. But she said there was a limousine there and a very handsome man in a tuxedo standing right next to it. So I think it was him coming back for my mom. But yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, my dad's saying that my mom had that same experience in the very same room because I was sleeping in her room that she lived in as a child. Like, that really creeped me out.
Being having abilities, being a medium and everything, I think we all probably have problems sleeping. I used to have, if I got 3 hours of sleep at night, I was doing good. When we lived in that haunted house, I was like trying to sleep in a circus almost. I had that banshee, I called her a banshee, running up to me and squealing in my ears at night and wake me up from a dead sleep. And all I wanted to do was I jump up ready to fight somebody, and there's nobody there. And but once we had a house blessed and almost everything was cast out, it was better to sleep in. We still had shadow people in the hallway, but they didn't act like they were going to hurt us in any way. They just danced back and forth between the walls of the hallway. And they acted like they were just watching us, like they're trying to see what we're doing. All we're doing is sleeping, so I hope they had a good time, but yeah, I think most people that have abilities do have problems sleeping. That was one of mine for as far back as I can remember. Um, you know, uh, you were talking about your mother, and your mother did come in, and she is standing beside me. She wanted me to tell you that she loves you, and that she has always loved you. She's telling me the guy in the dark suit there, he didn't take her any place because she's in a good place.
Yeah, and
And
it's funny
that
because can I interrupt for a second? I hate to because I know you're reading me right now, but when my sister got into a certain car accident, her friend at the very same time was in the shower and had this revelation. And it was my mom, and it was like in a court setting, and my mom was pleading for my sister's life. So I do feel like she's in heaven, but I think she's in a lower level. So I do think she escaped him, but I kind of feel like we have a family curse. You know what I'm saying?
You probably do. I think a lot of us mediums are cursed. We seem to piss off the bad spirits for some reason. I don't know why. I guess because we're good and they're bad. But yeah, sometimes I feel like we're cursed. We just went through 3 years of hell, pretty much, finances and otherwise, but we're in a place now that we're okay here. We're doing really good. But I think we're doing good, aren't we?
I think so. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, she's laughing.
That's a good sign. I'll take that as a thumbs up.
Yeah. But your mother, she knows that you had problems with her being in that crash, and that those problems bothered you for a long time. And she knows that a lot of the decisions that you made in your life was based on what you felt and the things that you were going through because of her and dying in that wreck. And she just wants to tell you that she's in a good place now. She also wants me to tell you that stay on your life path because she's proud of you. and she's proud of the things that you're doing. She also said that you're going to be going through a change here soon. She's not telling me what it is, but she wants me to tell you to be prepared for it, that something's coming down and you'll be going through a change. She's telling you might know what it is. She's also saying that she loves your family and that she wish that you guys could be closer together also. I don't know why she said that, but that's what she said. She also says that she's saying that all in all, she's very happy with you and your family, and that she's telling me again that she loves you. She wants you to remember the good times that you had with her. You and her were close, weren't you? Yeah. She's telling me that too. She's telling me that.
She was a very big part of me. Like, I used to watch her paint and I used to watch different things. But there was a lot of bad things that happened, as far as, like, one of my memories was there was a gun pulled out, and I think it was my mom pulled it out. And her and my dad were fighting. And come to find out later on, they were fighting because my mom was representing or defending my molester. And my dad was there defending us. And a lot of the kids in the family didn't know why they were fighting. They didn't know because they didn't make it known. But he was fighting for us. And she's allowing or trying to put aside this stuff. And I do truly believe that she came to me as a bird a couple times. Once was a robin, once was a magpie. And they just looked at me like this because, you know, they have this certain vision, but looked at me like this. Like, are you okay? Do you forgive me? I don't know. Like, once I realized what the hell really happened, because I wish on the North Star all the time that it was my dad that died instead of my mom, because I miss my mom so much. But my dad's the one that stood up for us and tried to defend us. And she's the one that defended them. So I don't understand it, because I have kids too. And I would protect them no matter what. So for her to do that with her family, I am angry with her because I've learned a lot of stuff. But I know that was her as a bird, like, are you okay? No, Mom, I'm not. I'm very, very mad right now. I'm very upset. So I hope she understands that, because I'm very upset with her.
She knows that.
And I know as humans, we make mistakes. But that was bad. That was really bad.
Yeah. She knows that stuff did cause you problems, like I said in the beginning of the reading. And she's sorry about that. But she is proud of you. And she wants you to... I'm trying to... You know, when you do a reading, a lot of times they speak to you. A lot of times they just give you signs or something, or feelings.
Or pictures.
Yeah, pictures. And your mother is actually showing me the car wreck that she was in. And there was no way that she was going to survive that accident. And she told me that she told you to stay home on purpose, that you were right.
She knew, had I gone with her, I would have died too. And she's like, no, you can't go. But she allowed Kathy and Tracy to go because she knew they'd be okay. Like, they might be hurt a little, but they wouldn't die. Like, I would have died.
She's telling me, though, one reason why she wanted you to stay home is you had other things you had to do. You had to experience more life experiences and stuff. And that's one reason why you stayed home.
why she had you stay home. And she's telling me right now you still have more life experiences to experience. She's telling me that you're going to be going through some things now, and for you to realize that it's stuff that you have to go through. And once you go through it, you'll know that you are stronger for doing it, and you become wiser. She's telling me. She's kind of back.
Yeah, I can see that, and I'm kind of worried. Like, what is it? I have a little small idea as far as what it is, but I think life happens for a reason. It's a gift, and we need to appreciate it and love it. But no matter how good or bad it is, it's a learning process. So it's there for us to learn and grow stronger.
Yeah. Anyway, she's kind of backing off now, but she wanted me to tell you that she does love you, and she's around you all the time. She says, you don't feel her all the time, but she is around you all the time. And,
I do, but sometimes I'm just like, get back, bitch. No, I don't know. Because I am upset, and I kind of get it because I'm married to a person that's just like her. They have that clan mentality. Like the clan comes first. What's the clan? Oh, that's my family. What about the one that you made? What about the one you created? That should be more important than any of the above. But yeah, kind of the same thing.
Well, that probably has something to do with the change you're going to be going through. That's a feeling I got.
So I was wondering because I've seen my dad a few times in my dreams, and each time I see him, he's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. First time he was sitting because he couldn't walk. Second time he's walking around with his shillelagh. And then third time he was even stronger. Like he looked better. Every time I see him, he looks better. And he really kind of killed himself with alcohol because my mom died, and that's how he was trying to drown his sorrow. But I think he's coming back from that. And it sucks because every time I see him in a dream, he doesn't speak to me like my mother has, because I know she's more spiritually awakened. So she's got this down to a hitch. But are you picking up on anything from my dad?
Oh, not tonight.
He's so quiet. I wish maybe we could play some Jeopardy and he'd spout up, but no, I'm just kidding. I wish he would say something to me.
One thing I want to tell you that you can prepare for your life to come right now. Any bad habits that you have, try to get over them before you pass. Because if you smoke, you're going to have a desire for cigarettes once you go past. If you drink alcohol and you're addicted to it, you're going to be addicted to it on the other side, but you can't get any. It's going to be going cold turkey on everything that you have a habit of doing. It's going to be a kind of, and that's one reason why you start out at the lower level. There's one I like to call acclimation period. And this is where your family is around you and they're helping you like through the veil when you pass. They're also helping you to get adjusted to spirit life again. We came from a pre-mortal life. We were spirits once before, but we
signed a life contract. We're like, we know what our life is going to be. Yep, I'm going to do that. We knew what was going to happen before it even happened. And maybe that's why we have these revelations or different things. What do they call it? Oh, when you see something, you're like, I've been here before. Maybe because you saw a preview of everything.
Yeah, deja vu. I have a theory about that. They didn't tell me anything about this, but I don't believe in past lives being, because one spirit, one body. That's the way I believe. That's the way I believe. Deja vu. God has he can see everything at one time, and it's like a book, like he's turning the pages in the book. And I think in our pre-mortal life, we had a choice. We could pick out pretty much the life that we wanted to be, or we could preview what was going to go on in our life once we came down here. And I think deja vu is actually memories of us previewing that life, and we just had certain parts of it that we remember, and it's in our spirit brains, if you want to call it that. But we remember.
So it could be that. It could be that, but I don't know. I heard about past lives, never really believed in it until I met my mentor, and she was telling me about her and her daughter had past lives. Like, they were brother and sister. They were this and that. She was the mom and she was the daughter, blah, blah, blah. Like, different things happening. I think that spirits can recycle because we're trying to learn lessons. And we don't learn it the first time, but we can the second, third, or fourth, or maybe fifth time. I don't know. To me, that recurring dream that kept happening to me was a past life experience, because it was every night for like, I want to say 2 or 3 years, because that's how it felt, but it could have been just one. I don't know.
Well, I used to think that way. I want to tell you right now, Ouija boards, the demon that's in that, all demons tell lies. Ouija boards tell lies, and you have to be.
I think so too. It's spirits trying to trick you to think that's your mom, or that's your dad, or that's your lost loved one that you're trying to contact. And it's really not. It's something like trying to get in with you. It's not a good thing. Don't do the Ouija board. I did it once. Won't ever do it again.
Same here. Same here. But it's like, even as mediums, we ask questions of the spirit, or ask you questions about how they look or approximate age. And that's to vilify that we're talking to the person that we're supposed to be talking to.
Sorry, holy shnikes, something just fell off my table, but I had to let you know, Minnesota Grows 420 is here. So complete what your thought was, and then we'll get to this fella. Thank you for coming back. I'm so glad. But please continue what you were saying.
Okay. Well, I actually forgot what I was, lost my train of thought. You have to be careful. Even the spirits that we talk to or have communication to can come at us as a good spirit and not be good. You know what I mean? They could be. I found out too that we got spirits around us all the time. You and I and the medium. So we got spirits around us all the time. Majority of them, I hope, is good, but some of them are bad, and they come at you and they disguise themselves as somebody else. You know, that's the reason why you ask questions and stuff like that when you're giving a reading, especially when they first present themselves to you. You know, I had I gave one spirit a question, you know, and I guess I scared it or something. It just gone. So I knew who I was giving the.
Right. Okay, so yeah, it's crazy how that stuff happens. We have Minnesota Grows 420 in the house. Yeah, he's been so patient with me. I'm like, I'm sorry, like, because I wanted you to continue your thoughts and your stories and everything, and get to doing reading the second hour, and it was nothing disrespectful to you, Minnesota Grows 420. It was just like, there's a time and a place for everything, so we're gonna do this second or third hour, but then you finally came back. I'm so grateful. So what is your question or comment or whatever you had to say?
I don't really have a comment. Oh, Am I echoing badly? Okay. I'm just here to kind of listen and, taking things. These things interest me greatly. So I'm not here to debate Alan Wright. So I'm just trying to hear from a perspective, That's the only reason why I'm
Well, yeah,
here,
and you had a lot of interesting things to say earlier on, etc. And I spoke up and I was like, yeah, I totally agree with that. I agree that the Bible that I'm reading today is not the Bible that originally was. And then I heard that the Catholic Church, because they have all this shit in some sort of storage space, they're like, oh, we're gonna redo this. So I'm kind of excited about that because, like you said, the will of man, like people for their own whatever they want, have said certain things in the Bible. And if you pray to God before you read it and etc., like things will be shown to you and things will be omitted because these things don't count, but these things do. And it's because the will of man, like they've added and left things out, etc. But did you want a reading or anything? Because Alan's pretty awesome. He can do that for you. But it's totally up to you what you want to do, or if you have anything to add to this conversation.
What's your name?
I think I do. I'm just my whole premise before I even jump into this thing is just to illustrate that I'm not here to contest or to make anybody feel like crap or whatever about whatever they believe. So I just want to say that like straight away. So peace, everybody.
Peace.
Yep, we're all here. I mean, would you rather feel hate or love, or would you rather feel controversy or acceptance and a hug? I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, I would like love and a hug better than all the other stuff.
Yes.
So we're all in this together, and it's a learning process. You know what I mean? So,
Indeed.
You have one view, I have another view, except I think my view is probably more enhanced since I was there.
I mean, you kind of assume that we have contradictory beliefs, but I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that.
Oh, I don't think he does. I think he was just like.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Is my microphone like echoing badly, or? Because I'm getting kind.
No, I don't hear it, but.
Okay.
Like when I could happen. So it's not you, it's me. So blame it on me, okay?
Yep, that's okay.
No, I have no respect for organized religion. I think
it has so much power. It always has historically had like way more power than it should have had ever. Look at the Catholicism going way back into the Dark Ages. Think about all the people that
and everything because of religion. I just have I believe in God. I know for a fact there's a God.
I think there's something.
I know there's a higher being.
I just don't pretend to know what that is because I think there are higher levels of consciousness beyond ours.
Exactly.
It's just like when you put food in your dog's bowl, the dog doesn't know where that came from. It doesn't know where it was made in, what city it was made in, and from what ingredients. And so there's different levels. I think we're the dogs, and if we pretend like we're anything more, then that's just beyond egotistic. We just have to accept that this is where we're at. And if there are higher planes and higher things that are beyond ourselves, then that are beyond our understanding, then we just have to accept that. And that's part of just being at peace with yourself, is just understanding like this is where we are at. And I accept that I don't know everything. And I accept that I will never even be physically capable of understanding everything. You know what I mean?
I respect everybody is on us three, I believe, is on our life's path, which means we are on paths that we are comfortable with, paths that if we stay on them will take us to a certain destination, Well, I respect you and how you
Well,
feel.
thank you. I mean, I try to respect everybody, but I mean, I think one of the things that we have to, as human beings, do is just understand how limited our perspectives are.
Exactly.
That's the number one most important thing. And once you accept that you are not the know-it-all, then the better off you are. You know,
Exactly.
just accept that there are things that happen that are beyond our comprehension as humans.
Through that.
You know what I mean?
Stay
You know what I
open-minded.
mean?
Stay open-minded, because
Yeah, for sure.
you know, you gotta have things happen to you, or you're gonna see something, and if you're not open-minded about it, you know, you will not be able to grow anymore. You know, um, I believe the Bible in respect to what they did to Jesus. Number one. And that's because they were closed-minded. They couldn't accept the fact that, you know, he came and presented
And they
himself.
were under orders of a very powerful
Yeah.
entity at the time as well. So even if they did have sympathy for Jesus before they nailed him to the cross,
Yeah.
it didn't mean that they were willing to sacrifice their beliefs at that point, because entirely they would be nailed next to him on the same
Organized
cross.
religion.
So. Right.
But, you know,
I think the most influence organized religion has had on this world is Catholicism by far, bar none.
Yeah.
Catholicism.
Well, that's the biggest banquet. Like, they're going out there, and I love Monty Python when they did that, and they come with the cushy pillows, you know? It's the Spanish Inquisition with the cushy pillows. It's like, what the fuck? No. But seriously, like, they're trying to put it down your throat, into your brain, whatever. Like, I respect religion because I think it's, like I said, like a good forefront, a good cornerstone. But I'm not religious. Even though I saw that throughout my life, I am spiritual. I need to know the truth. I need to know what's out there.
Aren't we
And
all?
so many places and religions and stuff are shutting things down. It's like, oh, well, you have to get to, instead of, well, you have to be this level to know this. Like, what? You know, to me, it's ridiculous. Like, we all know everything we need to know because it's important, because the battle we're about to go into is pretty hardcore.
Even us mediums are at different levels. Every one of us is at different levels of life, of learning, education. So might be able to do more than somebody else as a medium. But there's people out there that can really knock your socks off. You know, I mean, they make me look like some little kid when it comes to knowing things and being able to read, do readings and stuff. It's, you know, we're all at different levels.
Don't doubt yourself, for one thing.
Yeah.
I hope you don't.
Yeah, we're all looking for the truth, I think. Science.
Yeah, that's the path, right? It's like we're on this planet and we don't really know what the hell's going on, but we'd like to know, and so we. Oh, she's like mocking. Sorry,
I just have to say I can't hear. Okay, finally this earbud is coming in, but I couldn't hear you because I have little tiny ear canals and my earbud fell out, so I had to put the other one in and it just now connected. So now I can hear you. But yeah, I just had to tell you that. I'm not ignoring you. It's just I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I'm really interested to hear what Alan has to say about a lot of things, and I'm not here to contradict him in any way. It's all about perspective. You have to get perspective from many different views, as many as possible.
Exactly.
You know, and you can't make decisions about anything, politics or whatever, until you have listened at least and have legitimately paid attention to multiple perspectives. So that's really why I'm here, Alan. I didn't mean to hijack your.
No, you didn't. You look at that.
No, you're all good.
In Israel and stuff. You know, it's none of them have open minds. They don't want to get along. They want to push their beliefs and their way of life and everything on somebody else. Same way as
Agendas.
the rest of
Well,
it too.
I will say that that conflict in Israel and between Hamas and Israelis and between those properties has been going on for a long time. And one thing we have to remember, and I'm not picking sides here, but from a logical perspective, Israel has done some crap to Hamas. And
Seriously, when it started off with Hamas going in to that music festival, shooting people, yada yada, taking hostages, this was pretty hairy scary. And now,
yeah.
I don't know, they're saying, oh, we blew up this hospital because that's where they were staying in the lower levels. Really?
Right.
And then they've blown up
It goes way
several
back.
different places that they think are tunnels. Now they're like, now we're thinking about flooding it. Well, if you think about doing that, motherfucker, if you do that, you're going to drown the people that were taken hostage. You're going to be the one that kills that hostage. And there's been several left behind, along the line. They're like, oh, we found this one. Oh, we found this one. And it's generally like 45 to more years old people left behind. So maybe they got what they needed out of them and they killed them. Or maybe it was because of some certain blast that happened that they're there. But to me, that's just very chaotic.
Way back to after the World War II in 1947 is actually when Israel was declared a sovereign state. They gave them all that land, and then the people that were in that land were the Palestinians, which are actually completely innocent in this whole fucking thing. And then there was a war, there was a conflict as Israel tried to reclaim their property going north towards the sea. All these tribes and things of the Palestinians were living in that area, right? So then, of course, there's going to be conflicts. Boom, boom, boom. And then the Palestinians do some acts that Israel declares terrorism, and they fight back a little bit, right? And then Israel moves in when the original deal was 49 to 51% of the land was given to the Palestinians or the Israelis. Then all of a sudden the Israelis are like, these guys are attacking us, right? I don't know, this is boring. And then as Israel goes in.
No, it's not. It's not boring at all.
And then suddenly they claim 60% of the territory until the next conflict.
No, guess what? They're going. So there's east or west Hamas.
Until there's
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like east or west Hamas, and they're like, they're driving us out. They're like, if you don't leave tomorrow, we're going to kill you. And then it's the Israelis going in there, getting these people to leave. Like, they're not a part of Hamas. They're not doing anything like that. They're just like farmers and croppers or whoever the heck they are. And they're like, no, you have to leave. If you don't leave, we'll come back tomorrow. Yeah, and they're like, we're going to kill you.
They elected,
and they're taking over.
They elected Hamas to power, which was a mistake. And now they can't get out of it. They're trapped. So whenever you see these protesters saying free Palestine, it's because they're trapped in the Gaza Strip between basically a mafia faction. You know what I mean? What a position for those people.
Yeah, and Alan was saying earlier, like, this is the end of times, and I've been saying that for a while, but I feel like maybe I'm fucked up in the head and paranoid or whatever, but I feel like this is the end of time. And since the beginning of time, people have been talking about the end of time, and I'm just like, I don't know, like, when I was pregnant with my daughter, who is now 24, I fell asleep in front of the TV, and I kept having these visions of the fucking World War III or whatever the fuck. It could be World War IV. Who knows? Who knows how far this is gonna go? But I was seeing it in front of my face, and it's like
nuclear weapons. World War IV will be fought with stones, maybe rocks and branches,
and sticks. Yeah. But no, I was seeing like, to me, Yeah. Well, to me, here I am in America, and I'm seeing like I'm in Afghanistan or Israel
Did you serve?
or whatever. Like
Did you serve in
it
the
is
military?
war
In the
torn.
military?
It is yes, I was in the Marine Corps for a little bit.
Oh.
But no,
Oh.
I'm seeing this,
Right on.
and I was pregnant with my first daughter. She's now 24 years old. So this is 24 years ago. And I'm having these visions. So I'm like, what the fuck? And then I wake up and the news is on. I'm like, oh, that must be it. But I don't think it was. I think it was really like, what the heck is happening right now? What the heck continues to happen? Like, what the hell? I'm actually going to say hell.
I would say to divert your attention. I guess I would say they're planetary problems, which are.
Oh yeah, and I did that too. I was just like, not gonna watch any of this anymore. I do listen to certain things, but no longer the news because most of the news is owned by the same person, and they're trying to put out a certain thing. And I don't know. I just know, even though, yeah,
Abraham Lincoln was
just know, like,
elected. Ever since the
know.
railways
Abraham
went
Lincoln with his visions. But yeah, I know shit is happening. I can see it. I experience every night when I do finally go to sleep. I have these dreams, and it's just like, what the hell? Like, what's reality? And so, like, sometimes I wonder, like, did that really happen? Or was that just a dream? Exactly. Like all these levels of everything, whether it's due to CERN or whatever else, is colliding and colluding, and it's all a big mess.
Reality is what we're in right now. And anything that happens to you is reality. Now, what's happening over there might not be reality to us, but if it comes over here, all of a sudden it's going to be reality. And everybody's going to be talking about it and trying to do things about it. So reality to me is just everybody's reality is different than else's as far as I'm concerned. That's how I take it. Your
That's called
reality
perspective,
test
right?
is different than mine, and so on and so forth. But that's the way I see it. You know, what's going on over there has been going on for thousands of years, as far as I know.
Dude, it has.
Even
Many
have
thousands.
Since the beginning of time, it's like, okay, there's going to be a thing in the Holy Land, and this is the beginning of the end. Well, hasn't that been happening for a while? Like, bam!
One thing I want to tell you guys right now, the earth is not going to end, okay? Mankind will not end. It's going to take on a different form. Earth will be a different form than what it is now. I hate to say
what?
because
Like a cataclysmic event, or
in the end, the world might not even be in the same orbit that it's in now.
true, the poles could shift and we'd be
Well, yeah, that's what they're saying. Like the magnetic, it's about to shift. Magnetic poles.
There'd be nice.
It's gonna flip everything upside down. Yeah, you turn me inside out, round and round. Like the world is gonna be like, what the heck just happened? And I don't know. It's kind of weird because like I've gotten 2 goats, 6 pigs, and other things. These things I don't even have to pay for. They're just handed to me because people can't pay for them anymore. And so I got 2 goats.
Now that's reality.
Said you had 2 goats and 2 pigs. Oh, is that metaphorically?
No, I had 2 goats. One was called Cookies and Cream. It was a black and white one, and one named Cookie, which was like a brownish colored one, looked like a roasted cookie. And then I got my girlfriend, Mia Savage. She's a psychic medium too. She's like my best friend, modern day. Stephanie Sela is my old best friend. She's like, yeah, if you want to pay, come and get it. And I'm like, hey, we'll take the whole flock if you want to. And she's like, yes. And I was like, you can even come back later and come and get whatever you want to. But it's funny because all this stuff that we need to sustain ourselves are being put into our laps. And I don't know, I got, due to my religion, a patriarchal blessing that said that I will be here for the end of times. And I think like this is just building onto that structure. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't want to be here for that. I have to be honest with you guys, but otherwise it says I will be here. And so I know, and I'm supposed to lead people and help them to be or do what they need to do. I don't know. It's
We
kind
are
of
here
weird.
because this is when we're supposed to be here. That's the way I see it. God had something for me to do. He has something for you to do, and something for you to do also. And so that's the reason why we're here. If we weren't supposed to be born now, then we would have been born in the 1800s. That's the way I see it. But some people
I
aren't
believe
born
that's
now. They're
accurate.
going to be in the 2030s or whatever. They're going to be fighting the World War III. But we're here because
I'm
we're
curious
supposed
what
to do what we're doing.
I'm curious. Can I just pause you there? I'm curious, Al. If you think that World War III is coming by 2030, against who do you believe that conflict will happen? Communism in
I
general,
was thinking you were on when I
China,
had a guy ask me that once before, and he wanted to know where I felt World War III was going to start. And I said, well, it was shown to me that it was going to start around the Black Sea and those countries up there. And I said, for some reason, I'm picking the Far East, Iran, Iraq, and those places like and Israel.
Where they just now started war again. It's like, okay, Russia and Ukraine is not enough. Let's go over here and do this.
Well, I
What?
couldn't figure out why it was.
Russia and Ukraine is a legitimate distraction for it's propagated. I know it sounds retarded, but honestly, it's being pushed by the media. I'm not like a.
But anyway,
whatever. Anyway, that's a
I
distraction.
figured out why it was
Russia-
in two places, but it's like you said, if one side was a distraction for the other. But at some point, they're going to join together because there's going to be a world war. And that's because all these countries just got allies. We got allies, they got allies, and pretty soon, the next thing you know, well, they're already shipping bombs and missiles and everything else to their allies, and pretty soon it's going to get really bad.
Is there a world war that makes any sense? Like from
none.
Just like how what would it take for a world war? I mean, just for by example, we were in Afghanistan, right? We were in Iraq.
Complete waste.
And we had alliances, right?
Yeah.
We have alliances. We have people on our side. Like everything's looking good. But guess what? We're gonna do World War, whatever it is, because we need something from you. So that's the United States of America. Like us as public people, we're not looking for that, but our government is. And so our government's going in, even in Vietnam and these other places where people are dying horribly. Such a horrible death. They're going in because oil and natural gas or whatever the heck.
Like everywhere that we enter into, right? The war in Vietnam was
didn't accomplish anything. Nothing. When they
I heard about that earlier with what's his name? Anyways,
the war in
I was
Vietnam.
listening to the show and they're like, yeah, they're like, we're trying to save this little town by destroying it. And they're like, what? You're about to go in there and destroy these, hay huts and all this other stuff. Like, why are you doing that? Because we're trying to save them. You're going to save them by destroying them?
It was just democracy. It was really all it was. It's that there's this whole sides of the curtain of the stage war. You know what I mean? Cold War that we've been in with countless communist countries since the Cuban Missile Crisis and before. Like they're trying to fuck with us, Like what? How do you think the Vietnamese had all those AK-47s and Chinese SKSs?
Yeah,
That's the
before
Cold
they- before they
War.
did it.
It was us. We gave it to them.
No. It was a Cold War. The
Yeah.
China and and Russia supplied Vietnam with arms to
Yeah.
fight us. It's a Cold War. That way you're in a war, but you're not directly in a war, right? Right, Tessa? It's a Cold War. That's the whole point. Whenever you hear somebody say Cold War, that's what they're talking about, because we're constantly messing with each other, but we're not directly involved in a conflict, right? That's Cold War. Cold War.
But we are. But we're not. But we are.
Right. It's been going on
Land
since.
grab is all it is.
Right.
Yes, I'm getting really tired, and I'm gonna.
Why do you think all the people that? I'm sorry, Alan. One more point. All the people that all the countries that are in conflict with the U.S., they always have either Chinese or Russian arms. That's all the way it is.
Yeah.
That's the Cold War,
Yeah.
and we do that. And we do that.
We're giving to
and we do
them too. We're giving. Hey, how about you have some drones, or what about these tanks that you don't even know how to drive?
Dude, you have no idea. You have no idea.
Like
We
this.
messed with Ukraine so hard. The only reason that Ukraine is in any conflict with Russia is because there's two massive pipelines, and go Google it, for their oil. So Russia can funnel their oil down to a bay into the ocean so they can ship it everywhere. There's embargoes on Russians' oil coming from Europe. Like Russia's no longer allowed to sell oil to Europe.
Really?
85% of the Russian economy is oil.
Yeah.
That's why that's the only reason why we're messing with Ukraine, because there's a major pipeline running down there.
Yeah, remember when that shit happened in the ocean? They're like, we don't know who did this. Yes, you do. It was you, USA, and Ukraine. You guys worked together? You did that? Like, that's where the whole thing came from. They're like, we don't really know how this happened.
Right. But anyway, politics is not the genre of this channel. I mean, you guys have to talk about.
It's kind of fun though, and that's the way the world is going today. But yes,
Alan's
very important.
He looks sleepy.
He does.
Well,
He is, and he's sick and tired.
Coming. That war is coming. I know it's coming. I was told.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Like, some of it.
Just buy up some generators.
Probably within the next 2 or 3 years.
No, it's happening right now, but it's gonna get worse. Like you said, it's just gonna keep building and building and building, and it's gonna be a major thing to everybody. Like right now, it's just like there's a little squeak over here about this little war going on. This is the beginning, boys and girls, of World War III. I've been saying this forever. There's the dragon, the bear, and the eagle. That's United States of America, Russia, and China.
Yeah.
But now it's gone over to Pakistan and shit. Like, I don't know. It's really bad. But thank you so much, Alan, for being on. I'm super grateful. I don't want to keep you up any longer because I know you're sick, but did you pick up on anything from Minnesota Grows 420 that you needed to say to him before we go?
I don't know who it is. It's a guy.
Yeah, the guy over here talking to us.
He's presenting himself to me as your grandfather or great grandfather.
Really?
You have a grandfather?
I would accept that.
Huh?
I'm Norse, so I'm a Viking from the Vik region of Norway.
Yeah.
So there's that. I live in northern Minnesota.
Uh-huh.
So is there, you see any kind of a relationship there with the Vik region in Norway? I'm a straight up 100% Viking.
Oh yeah.
Going like 500 years or more. Actually, way more than that. 1,500 years.
I think it's your great grandfather now, and he's saying yes, Viking.
Hell yeah, dude.
I don't know.
Look at that beard, man. Come on.
My grandpa on my dad's side was a gunner on a Sherman tank during World War II for 18 months on the front line.
Really?
You ever seen the movie Fury?
Yeah.
That's what he did.
Oh, really?
Roy Edwin Johnson. He was a gunner on a Sherman tank, 18 months in the front line of World War II during the Battle of the Bulge with a modified Sherman tank and a 90 millimeter barrel.
I'll be darned.
Damn. My sister was in the military. I was in the military. My mom, my shit, going way back. Way back.
That's one of my favorite tanks to play when I play World of Tanks is the Sherman tank because it's fast and willy-nilly. I like that one.
Okay, guys, I gotta go.
Right on. Have a good night, Alan. Good night, Alan.
Okay,
Yeah,
Alan,
yeah,
thank
you
you so
can-
much for being on the show tonight. Can you tell our listeners again how to find you and reach out to you and how to find your books?
Well, my books you can purchase through Amazon.com. Just run a search for my name. There's 2 or 3 Alan Wrights, but my books are, paranormal books mainly. And you can tell by just looking at them whether they're mine or not. You can get me at my email address, which is paperbackWriter35@yahoo.com. Or you can what can I? How else? You can text me at 435-590-1573. Yeah, and,
Holy shit. You gave your phone number out?
yeah. Why
That's
not?
dangerous. You
Well,
believe in what you
life is
believe for
dangerous
sure,
nowadays.
100%.
Life is dangerous.
I'm so grateful you showed up because, like, I didn't hear from you or anything, so I was like, okay, I'm going to change this banner to this one, and it was, like, story time with me, Tessa TNT, and I started to read, and then I saw you come in, and I was like, we're going to put a pause on this because, I don't know, I was so grateful that you were here tonight, and thank you so much for being with me again. And if you want to in the future, you know, we can do another show. It's totally up to you. I hope you get to feeling better. And I hope your wife's not feeling that too. Speed dial?
Okay, guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Night, Alan.
Peace, Alan. Peace, Alan. Have a good night.
Peace out to you guys.
Peace, Pop Microdot. Thank you for all your lovely lessons and your experiences. It was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Thanks, Alan. Good night, Mrs. Allen.
Uh-oh. It's just us. It's just us.
No, I think we're alone now. But I do have to go hit the head really quick. I didn't mind.
Yeah, you gotta make a poop.
Okay. No, I gotta go pee pee.
No, it's poop. Don't believe her. She gotta go take.
No, it's not. It's not the poo. It's the pee. Like, if I don't go right now, I might make a mess. So.
Can you at least
I'll be
put
right
like a
back.
kitten picture or something like a cute kitten?
Oh, shit.
Dog or
No, I don't have that. And it'll only take me less than 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I swear.
Turn your microphone on.
Yes.
Okay. Looney. Come here, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, yeah. Such a good girl. Puny. Do you want to be in the camera? Come on. Come on. Up. Want to be in the camera? Come this way. Look at the camera. Beautiful girl, you.
I'm back.
Did you have a good poop?
No, I peed really fast, and then I made sure to swab the deck and, clean it up. If I was pooing, it'd take a lot longer than that, even though I'm a fast pooer, but...
What do we talk about?
Okay, so I was just thinking while I was peeing. Sorry, I just snorted. But yeah, the first I think I heard from you was about biblical text, and I agree with you completely. Like, I feel like biblical text or scrolls. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's been perverted. So, due to the will of man, we're going to add things and we're going to take things out. So you don't know the whole truth. And then about a year or so ago, I heard that the Catholic Church was going to take this out of where they have it stored and retranslate it. And I was actually pretty excited about it, even though I'm not a fan of the Catholic Church, for them to say, we're going to retranslate this. This is for a reason. I think. I don't know.
The kind of accepted version of the Bible is the King James, right? You have to understand.
No, but I mean, like, like, this is most recent. Like, they're going to go in and retranslate it.
Are they going to go back to these scrolls, or are they going to retranslate the King James version?
I hope. And I know that there's more and more text being found all the time. Some things have been burned, some things have been destroyed, but we're all the time finding new texts. And I think it's very important for us to know about this because history does repeat itself and we need to know the truth. Is what I feel.
Right.
Even though I love the Bible and all the other scriptures, I do believe it's been perverted because of human fault. I want you to believe this, so I'm going to say this. I don't want you to believe this because it'll... Yeah, this will give you too much power, so I'm going to say this. Like, what? I don't know. To me, it's ridiculous. Why not let us know? And it's just like with the government today. They don't want us to certain things. Sorry, just dropped my earbud again. I have a little tiny ear canal, so my earbud's clean out all the time. I know. I like yours. I need something like that. But yeah, it's scary. And I think, like, we've been on the cusp of at the end. And I think for me, it began 1999. Basically 2000. Like, this is the beginning of the end. But then you kind of felt crazy. No, 1999 in 2000. Like, to me. Yeah.
Why do you think that was the beginning of it?
That's when I had my first major vision. And I thought it was because I was sleeping by the TV, because when I woke up, I'm like, oh man, there's a war on the TV. So that must have been where this dream came from. The end of the world, like me there with my children, trying to protect my children. And it looks like Israel and Hamas are right now, like with all these buildings just freaking destroyed and people running around with their heads cut off and, trying to get their loved ones and all this other shit. Like, it's the end of the world. And I think, like, we are on the cusp of World War III. I think Plato had a lot to do with that as far as Russia, China, and the United States. Like, here we are. And then now we're going over to the Middle East. Really? We need that too? So yeah, it's going to be bigger.
Over a decade.
Mm-hmm. Like, ever since I was in elementary school, I wrote a poem. That poem got published. It was about the yellow ribbon and about people, gone to war and being killed and stuff. And
I could hear that. Do you have it?
Oh man, I do somewhere in a box in the storage, but yeah, I was like in 90, 96 or 95.
I was on a writer's conference in all the schools I went to every year. They picked like one other person.
Hell
But
yes.
I've been on my yeah. So I understand the creativity concept. I'm getting really bad headphones. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, is that better? Can you hear me? Oh no, I can't hear you. You have to unmute your mic.
I know, because I had to mute, because if
Okay,
I don't
okay,
mute,
that's
you'll
okay.
get an
Whatever,
echo.
whatever. But and then I went into an English major in college, and then I switched from that to a PR major, which was, I think it was a mistake, and then mass communications, which I think was a worse mistake. But anyway,
You kept going down the drain. Like, what are you doing?
I don't know, dude. Like my whole family has like a thing where we just keep going to college and keep going and keep going. Like my brother had
I know, my mom. She's like, you're so smart. You need to go to college. And she's like a person that recruits people to go to the College of Arizona. And I'm like, Mom, you went to college, right? Yeah. Are you still in debt? Yeah. Fuck that. I'm not doing it. You know? I think it's more important. And it shows, like, with people, like, they get their degrees and everything, they can't find a job. It's all due to experience. So put yourself out there for experience, and you'll get won't be in as much debt as you would if you were in college. Like, it's a cool thing. Hey, good on you if you did it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to fall for it.
I would suggest not that you don't. It just happens to be that in some cases it works out, but in a lot of cases it does not. Mostly because, especially in the liberal arts community, a lot of students are taking like an art major, an art history major, which works out if you're taking graphical engineering or something of that genre. But if you're like an art history major, what are you going to do? You're going to be a curator at a museum in New York? No, because there's 5,000 people in line in front of you for that same job. You know what I mean? So, but my brother, he went to K-12, University of Minnesota, K-12 education. And then he decided, okay, I'm going to do political science. Well, when he was going for K-12, he got his bachelor's, cool. And then when he went to political science, he got his bachelor's, cool. So he's got bachelor's in 2 different lines of study. And then he sat on it for a long time. He got punched in the face by a bouncer and lost eyesight in one of his eyes and got like $140,000 settlement from it. He bought an Indian motorcycle and he drove all across the country for years and years and years until he burnt through all that money. And then he said, oops, now I'm an alcoholic, right?
Ruh-roh.
But I told him, like, dude, like, you're my fucking brother. You're a political science major and you have K-12 education, a K-12 major and a political science major. I said, you got to do something with your life. But he had a DUI, right? And he had to wait 12 years before he could do anything because after 12 years, you're corrected. So now he's city council.
Yeah, my dad had like 13. I was like, Dad, stop. I will drive you around. Quit trying to drive your car. I know you think you're drinking vodka and the cops can't smell it, but they know you're fucking drunk. Just stop. But yeah, I feel you.
Around here, I live in Minnesota, so there's a lot of dirt roads, and we cruised the dirt roads, and we messed around, and we did all kinds of crazy stuff, and there was guns always in the trucks and the cars and stuff. It doesn't make me a redneck. That's just how we grew up, man. We had farms. You know what I mean? I grew up on a farm. But I mean, whatever. It doesn't make you're muted.
But I was up here living with my grandma. Me and my brother walked to our cousin's house. And that was about 2 or 3 miles away. But for me, I was really little, so I was just so thirsty, whatever. And my brother taught me how to put the pebble in my mouth. And I think that's supposed to help your saliva gland or something to put something in there. But yeah, I did that, and I was just like, so thirsty. But yeah, back in the hills, like doing that stuff, that is so dangerous. Like, I remember all the rides used to do and everything. It was crazy. I even got kicked in the head by a cow because I milked the cow on the wrong side. And the cow didn't accept it because it knew I wasn't its calf, and it kicked me straight off in the head. And you know what my reaction was?
Damn cow.
Yeah, I could have died. Guess what I did? I laughed.
Holy
And it was crazy because that happened and I laughed. And then one time when somebody roofied me, there was in and outs. And I remember like walking up, I was going to a place because back in the day, like I used to be a meth addict and I was like that for like 5 or 6 years or whatever. And yeah, it did. But it was kind of weird because it was like I felt normal. Like the way I should have been is the way I was on meth. But anyways, like I did a wet t-shirt contest or yeah, me too. Or a titty contest and didn't win because this one chick got out of the seats and she came up with her flappity japs and she's like, yeah, you know, she was a local, so of course they voted for her. And then nobody would share any drugs with me, whether it was like marijuana or meth or whatever. So then I walked up the road with this guy and I remember going there and then I don't know, that's when it kicked in and I was like, I don't feel right. I feel like something's wrong. Can we go back? And he's like, yeah, sure. So we hadn't got to the place where we're going to smoke some methamphetamines, but we were walking back and I don't know, I kept falling. Like, I am Irish. I'm good at getting drunk, but at that point, something else was wrong. And I kept falling and falling and falling. And my husband, he was coming up the hill. I was going down the hill. I was like, oh, like, I'm in trouble right now. So I tried to skitter-ditter, kind of like Scooby-Doo does or something. And I couldn't, like, I just, like, moved my feet and I fell and I hit my head again. And every time I hit my head, I laugh. It's weird. I think it's an automatic reaction, but I don't know. That was a really crazy time. That was a really pivotal point in my life as far as like trusting people and doing certain things. But I don't know. This person,
look at it from your perspective, you're under a lot of, you know, things that you
well, like I said, like,
be dealing with.
yeah, and he's like, oh, it's because you got drunk. And I'm like, no, like the shots they were giving us for being in the wet t-shirt contest was like little thimbles. It's kind of like, yeah. I know. It's like, oh, well, it was the very first and last time I ever did it. Because, I don't know, I really never liked that.
You're putting yourself up on this like podium for everyone.
Well, yeah, and I felt at that point, I felt really confident. And I was winning it until that one chick with the, you know, slapjacks that could wrap it around her head and shit.
Right.
She got
what happens
there and she
with everyone that sees you. With everyone that sees you do that.
I know, but you're right.
You should have put like at least like a Spider-Man mask or something.
Right? Or Nacho Libre.
Yeah.
But yeah, I should have done something like that. But yes, I agree. But yeah, I felt really confident about myself. Like, that was a point in my life that I was really confident about myself. I'm getting back there again, even though I'm the heaviest I've ever been. Huh?
How old are you right now?
45. I just turned 45 on the 26th. But yeah, I'm old, but I'm in, like, as far as music and everything goes, like, I'm in. And
it doesn't matter. Like, it matters if you're into music because music is beautiful. It doesn't matter. My opinion of what music you're into is.
Right?
I'm not gonna.
No, do you know what?
Say music that I'm into.
I could be, because my musical genre covers so many things. The least likely is country.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so I like a little bit of country. Like back in the day, I liked a lot of country. Now today, it's like this. Poquito. But I love rap. I love jazz. I don't know, everything I listen to. I love it. And for me, when I went to the military, like we used to see the news, we used to get letters, etc., etc. The one thing I miss the most. So if you ask me, if you go to a deserted island, what would you take with you? Music. To me, music soothes my soul. Like, it's the most important to me. I don't know. I think it's just a language that goes across every person. Whatever, yeah, whatever country you're in. Music. That is what I would take to a desert island.
You just said one music. You could choose 3. You can't say CDs anymore. So what would it be?
I would choose classic rock. I would choose classic as far as like Mozart, Beethoven, etc. Oh, CDs?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say. Okay. Dark Side of the Moon. Pink Floyd, The Wall, 1 and 2.
Really?
I wish I could pick more because there's more that I love, but these are things that sustain me during certain times in my life. So yeah, Pink Floyd, The Wall. That's a big one. Dark Side of the Moon. That's a good one. Thank you.
Pink Floyd. Well, for starters, Dark Side of the Moon. Oh my god! Like an amazing CD. If you just the first track on that disc, Google it on YouTube and listen to it. Headphones on. Shit.
Life changing. I'm telling you.
And then right. And then talking about the wall. When the wall came out, that was groundbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
So it
was 2000 when I saw The Wall, because my mom was like, Fleetwood Mac, yada yada yada. My dad was like Bad Company and other shit like that.
This girl.
I discovered Pink Floyd, and I listened to The Wall repeatedly. And then somebody's like, The Wall? You need to listen to Dark Side of the Moon. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I listened to it, and I'm like, yes.
Yeah. You can't still got it.
No, yeah, I started with The Wall. Yes, maybe I'm being born backwards, but that's where I started. The Wall to me, part 1 and 2.
Straight up, you got it. I was expecting you to say like a Drake or something.
Hell no.
Right on.
Yes, I love it. Like, I can hear it right now playing in my head. But no, to me, like, and that's when I discovered it. I was being transported from the base to a medical facility, and the bus driver was super smart. They're like, 98?
So I'm 5 years old. High school.
Yeah, they had music on, and they had it on so slightly, and he turned it up just a little bit. Like, that's when I realized, like, I didn't miss my peeps writing me or anything like that. I miss music more than TV, more than anything. Music to me is medicine, and it was freaking epic.
I agree.
I loved it.
I agree 100%. My daddy did a lot of crap. One of the things he did is he was in a lot of different bands over many different years, and I credit him with exposing me to the best music created, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So Led Zeppelin, the Doors, Pink Floyd, CCR, Born in the Body. Come on.
Did you know those guys aren't even from Louisiana? They're from California. But they got it. They got the script. They're like, this is what we're doing. They totally blew it away. What?
Dude.
CCR? Damn. Badassery. I'll tell you what. My favorites. CCR, Pink Floyd, Def Leppard, Eagles. The Eagles are not. I don't know. There's
I like Don
John
Henley, but I'm not a huge fan of the Eagles.
really.
But,
I like
I mean,
Don
that's-
Henley too, but I like the Eagles because I used to clean house
it.
to
I like
that.
his 80s
Like my
stuff.
mom used to play it, and I'm like, you can get down with Dustin to the Eagles.
Right.
Don Henley's awesome. Dirty Laundry, epic song. That's one of my favorites. There's so many different songs that you could be like,
80s Don Henley kicks ass.
yeah, Dirty Laundry. It's like, that's truth right there. Oh, you want to talk about this and this and that and that? No, it's about dirty laundry. We want to hear about the dirty, girty, skirty. Guess what? Tonight, there was a tornado in Tennessee, and 3 people died. That's the dirty laundry for tonight, so far as I know. But fuck, man. Global warming, global cooling, global shenanigans.
It used to be.
Stuff is going crazy. No, okay, so it's global warming, but guess what? To every situation, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So there's global warming and there's global cooling, and it's happening. And well, you just dropped my earbud again. Anyhow,
It's always been happening.
it's bad.
If you look at the ice cores that they've drilled in Antarctica, climate change has been shifting up and down drastically for the last, as far as they can determine from those ice cores, those 2 or 3 mile drillings into the
I'm
glacier.
trying to find my earbud. Haven't found it yet.
Anyway,
Find it soon.
I'm not saying that humans are not contributing to climate change. Of course we are. Any idiot
I just want you to know right now, I can't hear you, but
looks like you're pooping. Pardon me, folks. Or I don't know who's watching this.
Terminal. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my earbud.
Anywho. See what's going on. In the chat.
Sorry, dude. Trying to find my earbud. It's not here anywhere. Good lord, that's why I need like a headset that can stay in here. Like,
What?
anybody wants to give me something, it would be Ray-Ban. Ray-Ban with the small things that go into my little tiny ear holes because they're super neat. I didn't even know that until like 3 years ago, but seriously, guys, like, I'm just trying to find my ear. And geez, oh Pete, I wish my headphones worked. Here they are, but they quit working on me. Here's old Pete. Sorry, Montana. Generally, I could find these really quick, but and it's weird because it keeps feeling like there's earbuds in my ears, but that's just like the phantom thing. Like, if you get your legs cut off, you got the phantom feeling of an itch or a tickle or whatever. It's still connected. Like, I still feel my earbuds, but they're not there. And this is insane. I'm sorry, Montana. If you can just keep talking and I'm trying to find this stuff, that'd be cool. If not, I totally get it. I probably wouldn't
Send a
put up
link
with
to
the shit.
Montana if you want to join. If you want to join the chat.
Mhm. That's so irritating.
Oops.
I think I'm just gonna instead of using earbuds, go over to speaker. Because I can't find them. They're lost. Un momento, por favor.
I gotta go make a pee. I gotta go make a pee.
Right, see you soon. But now these things popping out of my ears. I'm just like, what the crick? Under seat. I will sit here. But in any case, like we were talking about earlier, sorry, I'm on the slide off. Pretty sure we're on the cusp of World War III, whether it's Israel and Hamas or Pakistan, United States, all this other shit going on. Like to me, it's freaking scary. Freaking scary. Scaring the mess out of me. Bible always reflects the culture and attributes of the times. True that. True that, humanimal.
What'd I miss?
I just read from Humanimal that said the Bible always reflects the culture and attitudes or attributes of the times. And it's true, it's like since the beginning of time, people have been talking about kids these days and how lazy and all this other stuff they are. But in reality, they just are who they are.
That goes back generations. The previous generation always says, "Oh, these kids nowadays, we have to do something about them." I'm sorry, I'm in Minnesota. My legs are cold.
No, it's crazy. And then also, like, people these days, or the end of the world. Like, everybody's been talking about the end times since the beginning of times. But I really do think, like,
Yep,
I don't know about you.
Yep, I remember hearing about it.
But I feel like
I
feel like we're on the cusp of it. Like, it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Do you feel like we're there?
Self-imposed panic mode, which is kind of weird. Are y'all really in panic mode?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about?
I don't know. Go ahead.
What do you think? What do you guys think about these things I guess as a human race we've been collectively been seeing as far as like the James Webb Telescope and the actual government releasing videos of UAPs, I guess they call them now, on it, aerial phenomena. What do you think about that? Like, is it conflicting at all with your religion in any way? it's an interesting question. And it digs deep into how you feel truly about, your beliefs. Because the Bible does not mention, it does mention things, right? Like in the sky and stuff. And there's actually paintings that go way back that have things in the sky. But how does that, it never directly mentions in a complete sentence, she's still looking for an earbud.
No, I was just in my trash really quick. I'm like, damn, I made a mess looking for my earbuds. But yeah, not looking for my earbuds, just trying to clean up after myself. Where the frack did they go? I don't know. I might not know until tomorrow, but no, I actually took a picture last night, and I don't remember taking it, but I went out to my car, grabbed a flashlight, don't know why, but I took a picture, and it was like the North Star and something else, and it's like Beetlejuice is about to be part of this whole like solar or lunar eclipse. I think it's solar. Weird. Why would Beetlejuice be in there? Anywho's. It's about to happen, supposedly. And Beetlejuice and Sirius, like, when I focus on the sky for some reason, I look in that direction. So I'm intrigued. What is happening? I'm pretty interested.
Cosmologically, I am the equivalent of someone that is sub 85 IQ. I do not know. I wish I knew, but I don't. So if you're asking me for my input on how this star is in alignment with this, or this constellation is intersecting with this position that somehow, affects us, that's not my gig. So
yeah,
but
me neither. I'm just like, I'm focused on this constellation, and wow, what the heck is going on over there?
Right.
I know, it's kind of weird.
Nothing wrong with that.
But I took a picture of it last night. I don't remember doing that. And I don't remember grabbing what the fuck? I don't remember grabbing the flashlight I have in here, but it's for a reason. But yeah, Beetlejuice, Sirius, those star beings, to me, I love looking at them. I'm very intrigued. I don't know why.
Your mic is cutting out.
But they're
Your stream is very choppy.
Really? What the heck?
Does my screen look okay?
Does my screen look okay?
Yeah, you look fine.
It should
I don't
be
know,
very,
like
very sharp.
even my whole makeup bag fell off and made a loud noise. So I don't know if that was a part of that, but no, Beetlejuice and Sirius, like those are my main stars. Like, those are the main ones I like to look at. Those are the ones that I feel connection to. I don't know why, but that's about to be the most coming up for a solar or lunar. I think it's solar, could be lunar, but it's going to be eclipse of some sort, and it's going to be pretty epic. But yeah, I was just like, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Oh, you said it 3 times.
Even though it's spelled differently.
Watch out.
Watch out.
You have to do that in order for him to present himself or something to happen now.
So you know what comes when summoning Beetlejuice into your dimension?
Then maybe I can communicate with the dead in my world? No, I don't know. What is it? What is Beetlejuice or Beetlegeist doing?
So I don't really know what this whole thing of your podcast is. I jumped in and I have no education as far as historically what you are trying to pass on to people or what your intentions are. Would you mind summoning would you mind summarizing that for at least me and anybody else?
I'm glad you said summarizing instead of summoning, because I'm like, am I really trying to summon something? But no, I'm just actually trying to have a place. We are Paradox Media. I looked for so many different names. That's the main one that came to me. And life is crazy. Like, it's a paradox. So we are Paradox Media was a big thing. Excuse me. I'm trying to just put things out there for us to think about as far as spirituality or alien or whatever. If you look back to last week when we had Vegas on, he's got so many pictures. He still puts up more pictures. I have tons of pictures of UFOs and shit. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. To me, it's freaking.
Okay.
I just want to have a place where people can be open and share their truth. And that's what I'm trying to do. And it's really not a big thing, but, you know, I'm just trying to do what I can.
It can be. I would suggest.
It can be. I would say
open your panel to let whoever jump in, and if you don't like what they say, which hopefully you can put up with it, but if they're being obnoxious, just eject them. But if you can bring your, if you make the whole premise of your stream to be a panel where there's a legit discussion instead of listening to one guy for 3 or 4 or 5 hours, that will boost your views significantly. Just open it up.
open it up.
Well, we
Keep
generally
posting.
only have
Keep
3 hours, but
Spamming.
Right. Keep spamming.
yeah,
keep
like you were
spamming
saying,
the
like
stream.
if I can come in, whatever, like if people can do this, it'll have more
Right.
clicks or whatever.
Right.
But I was just like,
Right.
just wait. And there's about, I don't know, T-minus 20 minutes of counting or whatever due to music break that you would have come back in and then you left. And I was like, I
Right,
was
but
so
my
sad
point
that
is-
you left. I was like, man, I wish you would have stuck around because
Well,
I
was
put out
only
the
looking
link.
for
I
more
did
live
everything
streams.
that I could have done. And I was just like, come on in, brother, because I want to hear from you. I want to hear
Right.
what you have
Keep
to
the panel-
say.
keep the panel open.
Keep the panel open.
I understand you have
I
guys
understand you have guys
on,
like Alan on,
but you have to keep
but you have to keep
your panel open.
your panel open.
Well, it's hard
what comes with
because-
that is you have to deal with idiots that are going to show their crank.
Yes. So
Right.
I was about to
But
say, like, a couple weeks ago, we had different people in, and some of them were saying, oh, you're too old, you're too fat, this and this and that, you shouldn't be doing that.
who cares?
This and
Let 'em
yada. And my husband even heard me say last night, I'm 290 pounds. That's about 100 pounds over, but that's how I feel. I feel like a globulous glob. But no, like, life is crazy, things happen, and it's cool to have different inputs and different interpretations, and I don't know. I'm sorry I didn't add you sooner, but I was just like, I needed Alan to finish his story, and then we go to break, and then we come back, and then you can ask questions or say something or whatever you needed to, you know?
Right.
But
Right.
it can be
Anywho,
difficult.
Anywho,
And then I saw you leave, and I was like, oh. No,
You just
glad
gotta
you
keep
came
your-
back.
you
I'm
gotta
so
keep- you
grateful.
guys
gotta keep your,
you gotta keep your panel open.
You gotta keep your panel open. That's
Yeah.
it.
If there's people that want to
There's people that want to
like
join and be like,
why?
like,
You know,
why?
I wasn't doing that. I wasn't,
And then-
you know.
No. I didn't mean that.
I didn't mean that.
That's just me
That's
because I'm
just me because I'm
stoned.
You're cool.
stoned.
I don't
I'm
know.
just saying.
I'm just saying.
Open up your panel.
Open up your panel.
People come in, they say
People
things
come
you
in,
don't
they say
like.
things you don't like.
That's up to you.
That's up to
boot 'em or
you
not.
to boot them or not.
Yeah.
I would encourage you not
I
to.
don't know.
would encourage you not to.
Last time I had that experience, I was like, bam, because I didn't know who was saying what. So I got rid of everybody, and then other people were coming back like, why did you get rid of me? And I was like, oh, man, I didn't mean to get rid of you, but I didn't know who said that. And so, yeah, I just
Right.
got rid of
No big
everybody,
Right.
which it's a learning process, but
Well, you
People
got what?
say
What do you got?
emotional.
Like two,
What do you got? Like
some
two
subs?
something, some subs?
huh?
We got two.
We
like,
got two,
26
like 26 or
28
228 subscribers.
No, not more than that. Like
That ain't too
about
bad.
100 or over. But no, as far as YouTube goes, I have a
No, you have
100
at least
over.
200.
You have at least 200
200.
200.
Yeah, seriously. And it's like, if you watch it, if you like it, please subscribe. Like, but I don't know, Alan. I was afraid tonight. I was like, man, I've changed this shit up. Can't change the description, but it's gonna be story time. I started to do that, and then Alan showed up. Thank Gord. But I love that guy, and I hope he gets to feeling better. And life is hard right now. Like, I remember when my husband went into a COVID coma, and he was there for a couple months. Then he went to my daughter's house for a couple more months, and I'm like, you were gone for 4 months. He's like, no, I wasn't. Yes, you were. You were gone. And I was here to pick up the pieces. It's really hard, this shit that's happening right now. And where do we go from there? So, I don't know. I'm just grateful that I did fast for 2 days. And I was talking to God or the higher power, whoever the fuck it was. I was talking to them, and I think it really did help me out with what I've been doing recently. Because I've been at the point where I don't even remember what I do. And I don't like that.
You don't remember what
You don't remember what you do.
As far as the show goes, it's like
no.
whoever the fuck is over there in the side wings comes in, and I'm like, hey, I don't like that. So me fasting for 2 days, me talking to my creator, and different things going on, I think did help me. Because I'm here right now, but other times I could be talking to you and it's not me. And I hate to say that because it's kind of weird. But truly, that's what was happening. There was like other people driving me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's weird.
You'd be all right.
You'll be all right.
No, and I think I am, because once I did the fasting for 2 days and talking to my creator and doing certain things, like, I don't know, to me it's been awesome. But no, like, there's certain shows where I'm just like, I don't even remember what the fuck I said or did or whatever. Sorry to use the F word, but serious, like, what?
Shit. Don't shit. You said that.
You said that.
I did.
I'm completely offended.
Completely offended.
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
That's why you shouldn't.
That's why you shouldn't be.
But no, I'm back. Here I am. And it's insane. Have you ever had a walk-in or a possession?
A walk-in. Define
A
walk-in.
walk-in. Find walk-in.
So there you are. Then all of a sudden you're not, because something walks into you. Or
Okay, so
Okay.
spiritually, entity passes through my footprint, right? Something like that. Yeah. What are you smoking?
I'm smoking my homegrown
What is it?
What is it?
Free Grow Colorado. So it's a mix between Island Tour and this. I call it Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, but Reddit, what's it called? Your mic's muted.
So it's Island Tour and something else. Island Tour, something else. So it's an upper and a downer. This combined, to me, I called Tropic Thunder because I really enjoyed that movie.
Right on.
And that's
You do
how
that
this
yourself?
weed makes me feel. Yes.
Cool.
I prefer to smoke what I grow. I don't like to go to dispensaries and smoke that because it freaks me out. I like to smoke
Yeah.
what I grow because I know what I put into it.
I'm a grower, so.
Mhm. Hey, maybe we can like trade seeds.
I have a lot of seeds. What are you offering?
I'm saying seeds. You can send me some seeds. I can send you some seeds.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I have some pretty damn good seeds. What do you got?
Hell yeah. No, it's like a mix between in the couch and up the roof. So indica sativa is like a nice blend.
Let's see what I got.
I call it Tropic Thunder. Do you want to experience Tropic Thunder? No.
I got Humboldt County Blueberry Cupcake.
Yum,
And
yum.
California Octane, which is super gassy. I got
Sounds yummy.
in-house genetics, Platinum Float, which is a root beer. And then I got cookies and cream.
Mm-hmm.
And I got unicorn from Dirty Bird Genetics. And I got unicorn whip, which is Dirty Bird unicorn poop crop with Bubba Kush. Bubba Wit. So I got a lot of feed.
No, it's interesting as far as like
And they're high dollars.
yeah, the way people are like,
skunk
this is this and this is that, and Acapulco Gold. Like I've heard about that for many years. Never got it, but yeah, I got Island Tour. I got this, I got that, and then they're procreating and making different stuff, and I like it. I like it a lot.
Right.
Right.
But anyway.
Herbs are good for you. And people are like, oh no, that's bad. That's evil. Do you know what? God put this on the earth for us to use and to submit to. Not submit to, but I don't know. I think to use to help us. Like, I have a doctor that's trying to prescribe me a certain thing. Starts with a W. Crack, like W. I think like what I'm growing, what I'm using, what I'm doing, me fasting for a couple days, me speaking to my creator. I'm not saying it's God, but it's somebody. Me doing different things like this really helped me out as far as what I'm doing here right now. But no, like I feel like weed is a drug. I'm in Bayville, Colorado. Basically, I'm in the bedroom community of Durango, Colorado. Yes. And I love it. But yeah, like these different dreams, different things, etc. Like this is here. This is an herb my creator put here for me, is what I feel. A lot of people don't believe it. They're like, weed madness? I don't know. My best friend, she sent me a thing that was like a tin plate. That was like, Reaper Madness. I'm like, what the fuck? No, Reaper Madness, that's just insane. For people that are small-minded, and they can't describe what's going on.
Do you think it's important that other people believe what you believe?
No, I don't. I think everybody should learn what they need to learn and believe what they need to believe in. I know things, and things I know are different from things other people know. Whatever you know and learn and whatever, take that into your life and learn from it. But I'm not going to be like, this is what I believe, and you need to believe it too.
Yeah, and if you don't, then you don't believe in our curve.
Yeah. It's like, fuck you if you don't believe. No, I think everybody has a certain level of learning, certain things they know and don't know. And if you believe in me or not, it's okay. Like, I'm not going to say you're totally wrong because I don't know. I am constantly learning. You are constantly learning. We're all learning from each other. Some things we'll accept, some things we won't. It's all due to discernment, I think, but pretty intrigued.
Right on. Right on. Want to see some big bugs?
I like a bed. Do you condition it or no?
No. Look at this fucking bud.
Nice. That looks like a cooler or something.
It's like
A really big bud.
it's like 18 or 20 years old. 18 or 20 years old. Oh, it's more than that, right? It's more than that, right? Another one.
So you're like saying 2018, 20 what?
Ramps. I grow weed.
At least I do too. The only
Oh,
time I
really?
didn't do it was this last
really?
year,
Oh,
and it's
grow off?
because everything was kind of backed up. And I was going to, and then things happen like you put seeds into the ground, and sometimes they're female, sometimes they're male, and you got to cut some down. And I don't know, I just kind of gave up on this last year. But it's weird. Like, I came to a cumbrance in my life where I used to have weed all the time. Like, I smoked, gotta have it. Whatever. I got to the point where I'll smoke it occasionally, and that's cool. But it's not like I have to have it all the time. Like when you go into a dispensary, it smells so good. If I could live there, I would, because it's delectable.
Homegrown is better than dispensary.
I think so too. That's why I prefer to smoke my own, because I know what I put into it, and I'm not doing all the shit other people are. Like, why? Why are you feeding the weeds this? Because they get bigger?
You're
They
intimidated.
provide
by
more?
it. Wow. Anyway.
Huh?
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, why you don't really
No, I do. I just didn't do it this last year because I still have shit hanging up. Finally got it into bags and stuff. And it was weird because, like, last year's crops are still sticky icky. That's badass. But no, I'm not doing like
moist enough.
people that are growing professionally. I don't put like the things they put in there. And I'm just like, what is the difference? I think the difference is that their plants get bigger, like trees. Mine are like bushes. Theirs are like trees.
It depends
And
on
I like mine more.
genetics.
Yeah.
Some grow crazy tall. Some have an insane pre-flower stretch.
Uh-huh.
And some don't.
And some get moldy. And it's like, why?
Well, if they get moldy, that's your fault. Sorry.
No, it's not me. It was my friend Rosemary that I was working for, and I was just like, why are her buds doing that? And they had a house, kind of like a greenhouse. They had fans going.
The buds get rot, then the humidity's too high.
These things were huge. They were like 15 to 20 feet high. And it was like the outside buds. I think they got some sort of mold because it was too moist or something. But yeah,
I can see that.
it was so sad to cut those. I was just like, can we stab it? Like, just a little? Nope. Gotta throw it out. I'm like, but yeah, and then all of a sudden I was out there picking buds and stuff, and then I saw this thing fly over. And I told Rosemary, I was like, hey, it was like a Lewis and Clark sort of thing. It was like one of those things got the wings on it and you're like pedaling a bicycle. That's what the fuck flew over. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because it was totally silent. But you can see this guy flying with a 2-band aircraft, and he's like pedaling and taking pictures at the same time. And I told her about it. I was like, and then we had major bonfires, and I would linger around the bonfire a little longer than I generally would because I'm like, I can't believe we're burning all this. It was intense. But we had to do it. And I, when they first came in, me and this other girl, we hid behind the propane tank. We're like, guys. It was scary. With us, they took our names and everything was fine, I suppose. Except for the burning of crops and everything. Like, yeah, they only had a certain amount of things they could grow. If they had more than that, they had to burn it. So if you go around that sort of bonfire, you kind of have to linger just a little bit longer, I think.
I grew up in Northern California. There were camp choppers that would fly over every day. Camp is a not a euphemism, but a acronym. They would come in these helicopters, and you'd see them fly away. They'd have huge confiscated bales of like marijuana underneath, big nets, and they'd fly out. The idea then was, if you lived in Humboldt County up north, was just to leave the property and don't come back for like a week. So all these people were like ejected from their home place, and there'd be these big, like almost villages whenever there was a camp raid on the beaches for, half a mile. Like everybody's like, yeah, okay. We had to get out of there, so we're going to camp out on the beach for a long, long time. The most beautiful thing and my fiance thinks that I was in a cult. I don't know. I was pretty young, but I grew up in the Emerald Triangle of Northern California. I was in Oregon, actually, when Mount St. Helens blew, and there was ash blowing everywhere, just ash over everything. And I would take my mom's salt and pepper shakers and I'd empty them, and then because I'm kind of an entrepreneur, I'd go outside and I put all this ash, even though it was everywhere, and put the caps back on, and I'd go to the neighbors and be like, do you guys want to buy some ash from Mount St. Helens? And of course, everywhere. So yeah. Right? But anyway, and then in Northern California was all the Haight-Ashbury hippies from the 60s. There were very smart people, the professors, and from colleges in, California. They all went north. And this was during the Grateful Dead thing, but a little bit after, maybe a decade after the Grateful Dead thing.
Maybe a decade after the Grateful Dead thing.
Up in the hills was like everybody could read. I lived in Laytonville, California. I was in Mendocino County. I was right in the middle of all this. I guess you'd call it like at least where the best coming in the U.S. coming from it. And they all moved up into the woods. They all moved up into the woods. Zero communications. Like their kids were taking school through the CD radio. That was how they got their school. I didn't live that way, but those people did up in the hills. It was an incredible time. Because you think about all the strains that we came from now. That's where they came from. Is, California. From Humboldt County all the way down, including Humboldt County all the way down, even deep south into San Diego. And then little town Laytonville, the Hells Angels rolled in. Almost tens of thousands of motorcycles. They rolled in. Parked at Boomer's Bar in Lake Bureau, California. And my grandma was on a moped and she'd ride out. But the reason why they were there was to buy genetics. And weed. This is the fucking Hells Angels. This is the fucking elevators. They'd buy seeds.
No, I'm telling you, and it wasn't legal. Now we're just sharing. It's kind of like monetary value.
Right, but you have to understand if you appreciate weed in any way, shape, or form. But you have to understand if you appreciate weed in any way, shape, or form. Pretty early history of some of the best strains.
It's a big thing.
Some of the best strains that we'd have
Mm-hmm.
came out of Northern California or Florida.
Like
TK is Triangle Kush came out in Florida. Everything else is California. Everything else is California. Even in the Netherlands. Like the seed bank out of Netherlands. A lot of the genetics that they even started with came out of the USA. You talk about Neville. You talk about Neville with NO5A. Like that.
It's insane.
Kudos to him. You know. But again,
no, it's insane because we have all these seeds and everything else, and I think that's pre-Monsanto. We have all these seeds stored, everything ready.
I'm not too worried about Monsanto.
Well, who's gonna have the combination to get into that? Is what I'm wondering. Like,
you're saying people are gonna start I guess legally protecting their cultivars. It could happen, but I kind of know. I don't know. I don't think Monsanto's too interested. And I'm coming from the corner.
I don't like Monsanto because the things they grow don't have seeds, and it's just not natural.
Well, I mean, look at Mac 1. It's a polyploid. It's designed not to accept male pollen. So is that the first step? With the plants? You can't stop them make more bees. But Mac 1, you can't. You can. I guess triangle kush pollen works pretty well. You can't self it and make a bunch of seeds with a Mac 1. That might be the future of cannabis.
Seriously.
You see a bunch of polyploids coming out.
Mm-hmm.
They can't be reproduced.
I just keep storing my seeds. Yeah. Whatever year I have, I put it into pods. Like right now I have one that's like for a joint. Generally they're bigger because there's more seeds. Less and less seeds every year. Which is cool, but at the same time.
Are you keeping clones?
Storing them.
Are you keeping clones or are you just growing from seed? Doing seeds. Yeah, I don't really agree with keeping clones. Seed growing is probably the way to go.
It wears me out. Like you clip a part of a plant and you grow it, and then all of a sudden here it is. I don't know. I don't think it has the full effect it should, but I don't know. It's pretty intriguing.
Right. I have to get a beer.
Nice.
Are you getting tired? Are you going to end this yet or not?
Well, if you want to end it, we can.
I don't have to end it. I just have to get a beer.
Okay. So maybe I can add something over here as far as music goes.
What's happening? Anybody in chat? I can't even see how many people are in here. Maybe like one person. I'm gonna go live like next week, and I might show the grow tents and stuff, but on my channel, Minnesota Grows 420. My goal is to get people to grow. That's it. Like overgrow this place. That's my goal. Just overgrow until it can't be regulated. Until it's free for anybody that needs it. I got some freaking blueberry cupcake right now that's amazing. From the Humboldt Seed Company. Tastes just like you just took a blueberry cupcake and broke it in half. Brought it up to your nose and smelled it. It's amazing. But it's a madman and it's hard to grow, so I'd recommend the Cali Octane or the All Gas OG before the blueberry cupcake. Any blueberry strain from Humboldt Seed Company. Feel like I'm in here by myself. I'm all by myself. Peace.
Well, you guys, I suppose my friend Minnesota 420 left us. Thank you for hanging out, and I just hope that you guys take care of yourselves and make sure you're doing storage, do dry goods, things like that. Like, I try to do freezer stuff Come to find out, it was only good for 3 months instead of 3 years. Really not good. But please take care of yourselves and everyone around you. Do your dry goods storage, whether it's milk, beans, rice, whatever you can do. Very, very important. Thank you so much to everyone out there listening beyond the omniverse tonight. So thankful for you. So thankful for you being there and what you're doing. And I just have to say, night, night, love and light to all of you out there. Please keep taking care of each other and raising each other up above what we're going through at this moment. I hope to hear from you guys soon. Please, in the meantime, please take care of yourselves.